The salty breeze swept across the deck of the Going Merry as Luffy, the carefree captain, beamed with pride as he unveiled his artistic masterpiece to the trio gathered on the ship. "All right!" he shouted, waving the flag with joy. "Our pirate flag is done!" Adding a straw hat to the skull and crossbones, the result of Luffy's artistic endeavors seemed more like a chaotic explosion of colors than a carefully crafted symbol of piracy. "I put a lot of thought into making our symbol," Luffy laughed. "Our symbol?" they contemplated. Usopp's jaw dropped at the sight, and Nami tried to salvage the situation. Calling him artistically challenged would be an understatement. "No," Nami chimed in, eyeing the flag. "This could be some sort of abstract art. A pirate's flag should be a symbol of death, but this flag is, well, I guess it's quite terrifying in a sense." Luffy's grin widened even further. "What do you think?" "You're beyond terrible," Usopp deadpanned. "Leave the drawing to me." So, Usopp took the stage, eager to showcase his artistic prowess. But his creation, despite his claims of expertise, bore a skull with a long nose, a slingshot, and a brown headpiece resembling his own demeanor. "You completely changed the symbol." Luffy and Zoro bonked him on the head. Defeated, Usopp's side and the crew, along with Nami, took it upon themselves to paint the improved Straw Hat flag. "Wow, that's perfect!" Nami exclaimed. Comparing the new flag to Luffy's original disaster, Usopp finalized the design with Luffy's straw hat. "There we go. It doesn't look even remotely like the other one," Zoro remarked. "That's great," Luffy cheerfully said. "Draw one on our sail too later." Usopp couldn't help but praise himself. "Yeah, well, I've honed my artistic talents by drawing on the walls of people's homes for years. I'm quite the master artist, you know." After painting the emblem on the white sails, Luffy declared with joy, "All right, it's done. With this, our pirate ship, the Going Merry, is ready for action." Exhausted, Nami and Usopp collapsed on the ship's deck. "I'm tired," Usopp groaned. While resting on the ship, Zoro, however, spotted Luffy fiddling with the ship's cannon. "Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden?" he questioned. "I'm testing out our cannon. It'd be a waste not to make good use of it," Luffy replied. "But I can't get it to fire well." Usopp then stepped forward. "Stand aside, my amateur friend." "Try aiming for that rock," Luffy pointed outward. In the distance, a large rock stood isolated in the barren sea. "Okay." Usopp adjusted the cannon as he explained. "Judging the distance between here and the target, this should about do it." As he finished, he fired the cannonball, and to his success, he blasted the rock to pieces. "Holy crap, you hit it on your first shot." "You're right. I did," Usopp stammered, basking in his moment of glory. "I mean, of course I did. I'm an expert when it comes to all things aiming. Feel free to bow down before me and address me as captain." But Luffy ignored him and said confidently, "I've decided. You can be our sniper." As the Going Merry sailed further, the crew gathered themselves in the kitchen. Writing something down, Nami wrote something in her notebook, while the others lounged around, basking in the moment. Usopp spoke up. "All right, I guess I can settle for that for the time being. But if you ever chicken out from your duties, I'll take charge as the ship's captain." "All right, fine," Luffy replied. "Hey, I just had an idea. There's still one crucial position of a pirate crew we need to fill before entering the Grand Line." Nami chimed in. "That's right. We do have this fantastic kitchen after all. Of course, I could do it as long as I get paid." Zoro added, "An indispensable crew member for long voyages." Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You think so too, right?" "Yup. What a pirate ship crew really needs is a musician." "Are you retarded?" Zoro barked. "And here I thought you were going to say something smart for the first time in your life. Do you have any idea what sailing on the seas is like?" But But a pirate's gotta sing. Luffy kept going. As the crew berated their captain for his lack of vision, a mysterious intruder called out, "Come out, you damn pirates! I'm gonna slaughter all of you!" With a blue hooded jacket and a purple undershirt, the black-haired stranger aggressively destroyed barrels, demanding attention with his sword. Annoyed, Luffy swung open the kitchen door to the main deck and demanded, "Hey, just who do you think you are?" "Who am I?" the stranger questioned. "I should be asking, who the hell do you think you are?" A swift slash followed, directed at Luffy, who leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. The attacker, with the word "sea" tattooed on his left cheek, dashed forward, engaging in a fierce battle. As the crew watched the scene, Zoro asked, "How many enemies are out there?" Nami, peering out from the window frame, replied, "Just one, I think." "Oh, then just let Luffy deal with him," Zoro suggested. "I've killed countless infamous pirates," the intruder spat with disdain. "And yet a nameless person like you dares to kill my partner." Fueled by vengeance, the blue-hooded opponent charged towards him with his sword aimed high. In response, Luffy leaped in the air and caught a hold of him from behind, gripping his head. "I don't know who you're talking about, but don't wreck my ship." He then hurled the foe against the ship with a loud crash and finally resigned from the fight. Almost had him. Taking his straw hat off briefly, Luffy sat down and asked, "Just what the heck are you shouting about anyway?" As Zoro left the room, he was treated to a surprise. "Huh? Hey, aren't you Johnny?" With a bloody nose, he got to his feet and exclaimed, "Zoro, is that really you, bro? Where's Yosaku? Isn't he usually with you?" Zoro questioned. He's, Johnny stuttered. "They know each other." Usopp and Nami pondered. "Just what's going on?" "Yosaku is..." Bringing his comrade onto the ship, Johnny explained the dire situation. "Sick?" the crew shared. "Yeah, he was just fine a couple of days ago, but all of a sudden he turned pale and kept passing out. I don't know what he's come down with. His teeth have begun to fall out, and his old wounds have reopened. I just don't know what to do anymore. I was trying to at least let him get some rest on top of that rock, but all of a sudden, this ship fired a cannonball at us." Their jaw dropped as Luffy and Usopp bowed their heads. "We're truly sorry." "It's fine, what's done is done," Johnny said. "If all problems could be solved with a simple apology, there wouldn't be any need for policemen." They pressed on. Johnny continued with tears. "Yosaku and Johnny. We were infamous enough to have pirates shaking in their boots at the mere mention of our names from time to time. We've lived and worked together as bounty hunters for years. Is this how it's all gonna end?" "God, how thick could you get?" Nami shouted. "What did you just say?" Zoro contested. "Lady, I won't let you go free if you dare to make a mockery of my partner's suffering." But Nami, pointing to the kitchen, said, "Luffy! Usopp! There's some limes in the kitchen. Go squeeze the juice out and bring it here, ASAP." As they hurriedly ran to the room, Johnny thought aloud, "Limes." Returning, Usopp held Yosaku's head as Luffy forced a hefty mug of lime juice into his unconscious mouth. "He's afflicted with scurvy," Nami explained. "If we're not too late, he should recover just fine in a few days." "Are you telling me the truth, sis?" Johnny praised. "Please don't call me sis," she continued. "In the past, it was practically a death sentence for sailors. It's caused by a lack of nutrients found in fruits and vegetables. It was quite common back then because ships simply didn't have the technology to effectively store fresh fruits and vegetables for long periods of time." "Wow, you're like a doctor," Luffy praised. "Yeah, I always knew that girl was special. Usopp's eyes are never wrong," he added. "If you're going to be sailing, you should know at least this much. God, your stupidity will be the death of all of you, Nami barked. Feeling better, Yosaku got up and celebrated his recovery with a shout. All right, I'm charged up on nutrients and ready for action. His comrade laughed as he joined in. My partner's fine now. Like hell he could recover that fast, Nami boomed. After recovering, the bounty hunter duo formally introduced themselves to the crew. Sorry for the late introductions, the name's Johnny, he shared. While his partner stood next to him, smoking a cigar, said, And I'm Yosaku. Zoro used to bounty hunt with us in the past. Nice to meet you all. I don't know how to thank you. I thought I bit the dust for sure. Johnny continued. Well, color me surprised. I never would have expected the infamous pirate hunter Zoro to have become a pirate himself. But Yosaku stumbled, and his mouth started to bleed. Yosaku! Just shut up and get some rest already, Zoro said with irritation. Knocking himself out, the crew decided to talk with one another. Nami warned, Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. These are the kinds of dangers we'll have to face on long voyages, Zoro added. Resting on the wooden mast, Usopp wondered, He would have died for sure if he hadn't come across us. We definitely need someone to think about our diet to see to it that we stay healthy. What we need is a chef of the sea. Luffy couldn't help but buzz. Nami continued, If you think about it, that's one of the most important talents to have when you're out on the seas. With his tongue sticking out, Luffy shared, All right, I've decided then. Let's go look for a sea cook. Eating good food is never a bad thing. Johnny raised his hand. Bro. What is it, Johnny? Zoro replied. If you're looking for a cook, I know just the place. Of course, getting one to join you is another matter altogether. A restaurant of the seas? That's right. You should be able to reach it from here in 2 to 3 days, but that place is close to the Grand Line, so you gotta be careful. Lot of dangerous guys around those parts. Even that hawk-eyed man you've been looking for has been sighted there once before. Zoro stopped in his response silently, as Johnny still pressed onto the group. If it's all right with you, I'll lead the way. All right! Luffy, Nami, and Usopp cheered. Picking up the odd duo Yosaku and Johnny, the ship changes direction slightly to the north. Their destination, restaurant on the seas.
Come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. Together we will find everything that we're looking for. One Piece. Compass left behind, it'll only slow us down. Your heart will be your guide. Raise the sails and take the helm. That legend enter every place that the end of the map reveals. It's only legendary till someone proves it real. Through it all, through all the troubled time, through the heartache and through the pain, know that I will be there to stand by you, just like I know you'll stand by me. So come aboard and bring along all your hopes and dreams. Together we will find everything that we're looking for. There is always room for you if you want to be my friend. We are on a cruise. We are.
One Piece. Story was made by Eiichiro Oda. The East Blue Saga. The Baratie. The Going Merry sailed gracefully through the calm seas, a serene journey punctuated by the melodic cries of seagulls as a small boat anchored itself to the back of the ship. "We're here at the restaurant!" Yosaku and Johnny's voices echoed across the waters, calling out to their companions, "Brother Zoro, Brother Luffy, Brother Usopp, Brother Nami." "Why am I brother?" Nami couldn't help but question. Approaching the horizon, the crew laid eyes on the Baratie, the restaurant of the seas, a spectacle that captured their intrigue. The floating restaurant resembled a fish, adorned with yellow and white sails billowing against the backdrop of the endless sea. Its green exterior and red roof mirrored the vibrant hues of the ocean. "What do you think, everyone?" Yosaku and Johnny exclaimed proudly. Amidst the marvel and admiration, Zoro seemed unmoved, while the others couldn't contain themselves. "What a huge fish!" Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "Wow! That's so funky!" Usopp bubbled over, but amidst their excitement, a looming presence interrupted them. Approaching behind them, a marine ship disrupted their moment of awe. "Huh? It's the Marines! When did it? They're not going to attack us now, are they?" Usopp's worry rang clear in his voice. Cautiously, the bounty hunters instinctively sought cover behind the ship's edge. "Hey, we ain't pirates over here! Someone's coming out!" they hurriedly explained. A figure emerged from the marine ship. With purple hair and a stark white suit, he tightly held an iron knuckle on his hand. Iron Fist Fullbody, the lieutenant of the Marine headquarters, assessed the situation with his sharp and inquisitive gaze. "Never seen that pirate flag before," he mused aloud, his knuckles tightening. "I'm Iron Fist Fullbody. Who's your captain? Name yourself." "I'm Luffy," he declared without question. "I just finished making my pirate flag the day before yesterday." He said, "The day before yesterday," Johnny chuckled, his companion joining in the laughter. "Good one." "And I'm Usopp," he added proudly. Taking a moment, Fullbody observed them until he finally caught something. "Wait a minute. I think I've seen you two before. You frequent the government offices. Yosaku and Johnny, small-time bounty hunters, right? So you've finally been caught by pirates, have you?" The bounty hunters exchanged glances, a flicker of irritation passing between them, their pride stung by the lieutenant's words. "Hey, Yosaku, I think this bro's sticking it to us." "Well, we can't just let some guy walk around calling us small-time," Yosaku muttered. "This ain't gonna net us a single berry, but I think we ought to teach this kid how to keep his mouth shut." With swords drawn, the bounty hunters lunged forward, their actions swift with resolve. "You cocky little yuppie!" Their voices boomed in unison. The Marine lieutenant just looked at them with a heavy sigh. Almost had him," the bounty hunters wheezed out. Luffy looked down at the defeated duo and prodded. "You sure you guys aren't super weak?" Both of them struggling to rise as they managed. No, it's just that guy's not too shabby himself. It was a close one." "The hell are you two doing?" Zoro remarks. But amidst the chaos, aboard the nearby marine ship, a young lady's hand reached out, tugging at Fullbody's arm, her voice a soothing melody amid the turmoil. "Darling, enough beating up on weaklings. Let's get going already." The lieutenant, seemingly unperturbed, glanced back, his tone carrying a warning. "Ah, yes, let's do that. Consider yourselves lucky pirates, because I'm on break today. I only came here to eat at the restaurant, but consider your lives forfeit the next time you run into me when I'm not off duty." As the tension simmered, Johnny's fall to the ground scattered wanted posters next to Nami, trying to help him back up. "What's all this, Johnny?" she inquired, her eyes catching sight of a particular poster that caught her attention with a sharp nose. He explained, "Oh, that? Those are just the bounty posters, sister. It's just another type of business. Kill any one of them, and you'll get the bounty reward written in the posters." Ignoring his explanation, Nami stared at the wanted poster and crumpled it seconds later. "Is something the matter?" Johnny questioned. But the scene took an abrupt turn when Usopp bellowed in alarm, pointing toward the marine ship. "Guys, we're in deep shit! The bastard's aiming his cannon at us!" A collective gasp echoed as chaos erupted. Full Body, resolute in his stance, commanded his soldiers, "Sink them!" Panic seized the crew as the cannonball hurtled toward them. "He fired!" Usopp panicked. In the midst of the frenzy, Luffy stepped forward and confidently jumped on the edge of the ship. "Leave it to me!" With a bizarre yet confident gesture, he inflated his stomach using his mouth. "Luffy, what are you doing?" the others cried out. "Gomu! Gomu! No! Balloon!" Luffy proclaimed. A moment of bewilderment ensued as the cannonball, speeding toward them, struck Luffy's inflated stomach, ricocheting back at them. "You can have your cannonball back!" Luffy's jubilant exclamation filled the air. But the cannonball missed its intended target, crashing into the Baratie's roof on the second floor. "Just who are you giving it to, you dumbass?" Zoro snapped. Nami sighed painfully as everyone watched the chaotic scene unfold in a blend of horror and astonishment. Inside of the floating restaurant, the ambiance teetered between elegance and casual comfort. Its exterior boasted a decagonal design, each side adorned with a window offering glimpses of the surrounding waters. In the middle of the room, a grand pillar, crafted from weathered bricks, hosted a spiral staircase that ascended to the second floor with a bar at the bottom. At the base, the restaurant was mostly surrounded with circular tables around the fancy luxuries of the main room. One of those customers was none other than Iron Fist Full Body, with his date on the opposite end of the table. As the waiter served them wine, whispers danced around the room, casting curious glances in Full Body's direction. "Look, isn't that Lieutenant Full Body? No way! A Marine lieutenant is eating here? Look how graceful he is," murmured the intrigued patrons, marveling at his sight. "Amazing, you're the center of attention," remarked the lady seated opposite Full Body. "Oh, please, I'm sure they're all looking at you," Full Body replied, attempting to deflect the spotlight. Savoring a sip of the crimson wine, Full Body endeavored to discern its origin, confidently proclaiming, "This delicate scent. It must hail from Mikiot in the northern lands, and the slight sourness mixed with a thick, dry taste. This must be Itelsbulger Stein. Am I wrong? Waiter!" The waiter, Sanji, was a slim and muscular figure with blonde hair elegantly brushed to one side, exhaled a cloud of smoke with a sly smile. "Not even close, sir," he replied. "Oh, and by the way, I'm actually the assistant head chef. I'm only temporarily filling in for the waiters who all ran away yesterday. Here's your soup, sir. Please enjoy it while it's hot." With his tie matching its classic black suit, Sanji placed the bowls expertly on their table with a professional demeanor. Laughter erupted from a nearby group, hidden behind Full Body's red face. "Hey, don't laugh." But he was sure of himself, chuckled one of the nearby patrons with soft laughter. "Are you very knowledgeable? About wine, I mean?" inquired Full Body's date, trying to alleviate the tension. "Ah, yes. But I think my tongue's a little off today for some reason." Full Body attempted to regain his footing, a hint of frustration flashing in his eyes. Internally seething, he wondered, "The hell's going on? I specifically asked the owner to bring out that wine for me." "Owner, are you all right?" a frantic voice called out within the second level. "You think I'm all right?" The head chef retorts, "Anyways, enough yapping and get back to work." But sir, your body's... Are you trying to make me angry?" Zeph's voice rose. "It's a cook's duty to keep his customers well fed. Are you planning on ruining my restaurant, you numbskulls?" Zeph, An elderly man with a peg leg on his right side had an incredibly large mustache that was knotted diagonally below his face. Concealing his blonde hair beneath an extra-tall toque, he also framed a short beard with his blue ascot contrasting against his white apron. The aftermath of the cannonball's impact and Zeph's left side bore the traces of blood-stained injuries streaming across his face. Luffy, guilty and desperate to make amends, was held by his red vest and dropped in front of Zeph. "Sir, we brought the one responsible for this. This is the perp," the chefs reported. "I'm sorry, mister." But then he suddenly realized with shock, "You lost your foot because of me." "Oh, so you lost that foot a long time ago?" Zeph's response was tempered, despite the pain he endured. "I'm still injured all over my body, thanks to you. If you got no money, then you'll have to work it off." Luffy vowed to make amends. "Sure thing. I'll make it up to you." Zeph's smile widened, stretching his long mustache. "You'll work odd jobs around my restaurant without pay for a full year. Only then I'll forgive you." One year?" Luffy's shock resonated through the bedroom. Meanwhile, aboard the Going Merry, Zoro voiced his concern. "Luffy's sure taking a while. You don't think they'll force him to work here for like a month or something, do you?" Nami sighed at Luffy's predicament. He should just explain that it was all the Marine's fault. That idiot's too honest for his own good. "Hey, let's go in and see him," Usopp suggested, ever eager for an opportunity. "We could get some food while we're at it. What do you say?" "Oh, waiter!" The call sliced through the ambiance, drawing Sanji's attention. With a graceful stride, he approached the table. "I already told you I'm not a waiter," he began, but his gaze shifted, caught by the sight of his date in a flirty manner. My, what a beautiful lady we have here. A pleasure to meet you, miss. How about you and I share a glass of wine over there? Our selection of wine is excellent." Well, a disruption shattered the delicate balance as a disgusted outcry pierced the scene. "Hey!" Fullbody pointed at a dish in disgust. "Is it customary for this restaurant to serve its soup with insects?" "Insects?" the chef pondered. Meanwhile, a sinister smirk danced across Fullbody's face as he thought to himself, "I put this bug in the soup myself. This is what you get for embarrassing me earlier on. I'm gonna ruin this restaurant's reputation." "What's this damn bug in my soup?" The outcry grew louder, yet the waiter remained composed, his response calculated. "Pardon me, sir, but I'm afraid I do not know. I'm not very knowledgeable about the many types of insects you see." As laughter erupted from the surrounding tables, Fullbody's temper reached its boiling point. With a swift motion, he got up and smashed the table to the ground with his iron knuckle. "Seems like you have no idea who you're dealing with," he threatened. Sanji, unruffled, sought resolution. Now, sir, can't you still eat this soup as long as I remove the bug?" The Marine's rage intensified. "What did you say? I'm a paying customer. For a damn cook. Aren't you kite full of yourself?" "Fullbody, stop. Just forgive him," his date pleaded. With a smoldering cigarette between his lips, Sanji posed a poignant question. "Can money fill your stomach up?" The atmosphere crackled with tension as the chefs rallied, their unified call a plea. "We have to stop him! Stop the assistant head chef Sanji!" Fullbody's date stood frozen, her gaze locked in horror as she witnessed the unfolding scene before her. With his eyebrows forming a spiral at the end, Sanji, the enigmatic cook, stood tall against the Marine. In his arms, he cradled Fullbody's blood-stained body and lifted him off the ground. Sanji's voice cut through the stillness, dripping with a menacing edge upon the defeated lieutenant. "Remember this." His words hung heavy, laced with a warning that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Going against a cook on the seas is tantamount to suicide. Don't you dare waste food. Luffy found himself embroiled in a tense negotiation with the restaurant's owner, Zeph. "Cut it down to just 1 week," he pointed out. Zeph's eyebrows furrowed into a scowl. "What did you say, punk? You think you can destroy my restaurant with a cannonball, leave me critically injured, and then make it up by only working 1 week without pay? You're working for a year, and that's final. Got it?" But Luffy refused to relent. "No. I waited 10 years to finally become a pirate. I won't wait another year. All right, it's settled. I'll work just 1 week, and then you'll forgive me." Zeph's patience snapped. He charged his peg leg and directly attacked Luffy's throat. "Just who gave you the right to decide? Take this, head chef's kick of justice." "I'm the one who'll decide whether I forgive you or not," he demanded. "Look, you're perfectly fine," he countered. "Shut up," the owner retorted, as he finally relented to his suggestion. "All right, kid, if you're so strapped for time, then I'll tell you a faster way to get out of here." With a menacing metal saw in hand, he made a stark proposition. "You'll have to leave behind one of your legs." "Isn't it obvious I'm not going to choose that option?" Luffy sighed as he questioned, "Are you a little dumb in the head or something, old man? I ain't buggy." "Saying no to this, saying no to that." Zeph's voice boomed. "Don't think you can make it in this world by only saying no, you little brat." With a leap, he executed a swift head chef drop kick, slamming Luffy to the ground. The restaurant's washroom held an air of mundane activity as one of the cooks, a burly figure with oversized forearms, meticulously plucked a nose hair. On his left hand, 2 heart tattoos were clearly shown from his reflection. With his white apron on, he also wore a unique ensemble of dark double-breasted shirt, which also matched his shorts, stood out with a pink ascot, a braided hachimaki headband, and rounded earrings on both ears. "Customers are gods," he chanted. "Service is love. Love is this restaurant. Motto, motto, service motto." Hearing Patty's enthusiastic rehearsal outside, one of the bystanders hastily retreated from the area. The cook continued his pep talk, alternating between smiles and scowls. "And the foundations of good service is a kind and pleasant welcome. Welcome, you squid-faced bastard. Please never come back again. Pardon me, dumbass. That'll come to 10,000 berries." Exiting the washroom, he reassured himself. "Ah, that was a good dump. I feel great again today." He then chanted, "Motto, motto, service motto. The customers are gods." To Patty's horror, upon returning to the dining area, he found Sanji gripping the blood-stained full body by the neck. "What? The customer is being—" he exclaimed in shock as he approached the cook head-on, pointing out, "You again, Sanji? The hell do you think you're doing to our customer? Not only that, that man's also a Marine lieutenant." Sanji looked at Patty dismissively. "Oh, it's just you, the shitty cook. Don't call my name so casually like that." "I ain't gonna stand by and let a shitty cook call me a shitty cook," Patty retorted, puffing up his chest. "It's a restaurant's duty to serve its customers. Just how do you explain you injuring our precious customer?" Dropping the battered Marine, Sanji replied with a nonchalant tone. "So what if he's the customer? He dared to waste our precious food and insulted a cook. I was only teaching him a lesson." "What's with this place?" Full Body questioned, pushing back against the mistreatment. "How can there be a restaurant that ill-treats its customers to this extent? I'll close down the restaurant. I'll report this place to the government." Sanji, undeterred, gazed upon the defeated Marine. "You're going to report us, are you now? Well then, I guess I have no choice but to kill you right now." "What?" The other chefs, realizing the severity of the situation, intervened and managed to hold Sanji back. "No! Stop! Hold him down, or he might seriously kill him. Stop, Sanji, you've went too far. God, it just gets me so angry, Sanji shouted with rage. To see a damn spoiled son of a bitch like you. Just who the hell do you think you are? Full Body, in a state of panic, could only ponder to himself. What's with this guy? But just as the situation escalated, Zeph and Luffy made their unexpected descent from the ceiling. What is it this time? One of the chefs exclaimed as both Zeph and Luffy struggled to recover from their crash landing. That scared the crap out of me, Luffy muttered to himself. Sir, what are you doing? The exasperated cry echoed through the commotion. Zeph, now on the ground, glanced up at the damaged second floor. Shit! The ceiling of my beautiful restaurant is... His rage directed at the young pirate. This is all your fault, damn brat! You destroyed it yourself, Luffy fired back. Sir, please stop Sanji for us. The chefs attempted to restrain Sanji as they pleaded with Zeph to intervene. Approaching the scene, the owner confronted Sanji. Sanji, are you running wild in my restaurant again? Shut up, you shitty geezer, he retorted. Patty waved his arms up in the air, detailing the situation. It's exactly as it seems, sir, and this time Sanji beat up some idiot Marine lieutenant. Zeph's patience ran thin as he lashed out, and with a single strike, he lashed his golden peg leg onto his face. Are you trying to ruin my restaurant, you little shit? Observing the chaos, Luffy couldn't help but wonder. Isn't that the guy who fired the cannonball earlier? Why's he all bloodied up? Full Body, surprised by the owner's assault, found himself being struck to the floor by Zeph's peg leg, too. And you! Get the hell out already! As he writhed in pain, his thoughts raced as he contemplated the unexpected turn of events. Even the owner of this place is violent? Just what do they think their customers are? Just who do they think I am? This barbaric and violent restaurant is just a pirate ship. Are these guys really cooks? The customers are our gods. Sanji, coolly smoking a cigarette, replied. Not surprising you'd call them your gods, considering that they can actually stomach your shitty food. Patty! Sanji! Zeph's warning resonated. If you're gonna fight, then do it in the kitchen. Suddenly, the room was abruptly disrupted as the main door burst open, revealing a Marine soldier in a state of panic. Lieutenant Full Body, it's an emergency. Forgive me, sir, but he's escaped from the ship's prison. This place sure is noisy, Luffy contemplated, observing the chaotic scene unfold. The soldier continued with urgency. The underling of Pirate Krieg has escaped. It took 7 of us just to capture him in the first place, but now he's gone. That's impossible. He shouldn't even have the strength to move, Full Body dismissed, confident in the security of the ship's prison. He was on the verge of death when we captured him 3 days ago, not to mention he hasn't had a single scrap of food since then. Hearing these words, fear rippled through the restaurant's customers. A member of Krieg's crew, the same pirate Krieg whose crew is said to be the strongest in all of the East Blue. The Marine pressed on. Please forgive! But before the soldier could finish pleading, a shot rang out and he crumpled to the ground. The mysterious prisoner, unnoticed until now, stood behind him. In a state of panic, the customers retreated from the sudden violence, seeking refuge at the far end of the restaurant. One customer coming this way, Patty reassured himself. He better not start any trouble in my restaurant, the owner added, his eyes narrowing at the newcomer. A pirate? Luffy questioned, while Sanji just puffed some smoke in response. The prisoner strolled in, casually taking a seat and resting his feet on the table. Anything will do, he said painfully. Just bring me some food. He was a lanky man with scruffy hair and a striped blue and gray headband. His eyes, surrounded by dark rings, scanned the cooks as he inquired, This place is a restaurant, right? Patty approached him with glee, trying to do his best impression. Welcome, you squid-faced bastard. What? The other customers were shocked. I'm only going to say this one more time, so listen up, the pirate threatened. I'm a customer, and as such, you'll bring me food this instant. That cook is as good as dead, Fullbody remarked. Ignoring the threat, Patty questioned, Pardon me, dumbass, but do you have any money? The pirate immediately pulled a gun on Patty's head. You accept lead? So you don't have any money? With a swift motion, Patty folded his fists and smashed the table with force against his body. What? Damn that Patty, how dare he break the table? Zeph fumed. But Luffy, on the other hand, was amazed at the sight. Whoa, he's pretty strong. Patty cracked his knuckles and confronted the pirate. If you can't pay the bill, then you ain't no customer. Nice going, cook, the customers cheered. Show that pirate who's boss, Patty. Suddenly, the pirate's stomach started to rumble. So much so, the other customers and the chefs in the restaurant could easily hear in the dining hall. Oh, is that your stomach rumbling? Patty questioned. That was just me farting, you bastard. So hurry up and bring me some food, the pirate persisted. Patty shouted, If you're not a paying customer, then get the hell out of here. Sanji stood silent, observing as the chef continued to kick the pirate repetitively with his feet. This is a restaurant for paying customers. I ain't even gonna give you a single breadcrumb to a broke-ass pirate scum like you. In his best efforts, Fullbody made a hasty escape. I've had enough, the lieutenant declared, leaving the restaurant. I don't want to involve myself with this restaurant anymore. As Patty delivered the final blow, he gleefully addressed the customers. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the rest of your meals. The restaurant slowly returned to its usual lively ambiance, but an air of tension lingered, leaving the patrons to savor their meals with a mixture of relief and curiosity. Outside, the floating restaurant creaked gently as it swayed with the rhythm of the waves beneath. With his stomach growling in hunger, the pirate laid sprawled on his front as he rumbled in pain. To his surprise, a culinary dish displayed before the hungry pirate. It consisted of calamari rings, octopus tentacles, and succulent shrimps, all nestled on a bed of steaming rice. Seating himself next to the pirate, Sanji said plainly, Eat. The pirate's nostrils twitched at the irresistible aroma of the seafood risotto. Tentatively, he took a spoonful, savoring the explosion of flavors on his tongue, and in an instant, he hastily ate the dish. I don't know what to say, he began, overcome with emotion. I've never had such delicious food in my entire life. Tears welled in his eyes as he continued to consume the plate of leftovers. I'm so grateful. I thought I was going to die. I thought it was all over for me. Sanji smiled. It's damn good, right? With a slight laugh, Luffy looked at the pair from above and said to himself, Looks like I found a good cook. Lucky, you got some food. You were almost about to die before, too. Luffy laughed with joy, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Hey, cook, join my crew, will you? Be the cook for my pirate ship, he asked. Puzzled, they both looked at him curiously. Huh? As the pirate finished his meal outside of the restaurant, Luffy got closer and sat next to them on the rail with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh, you're a pirate? Sanji questioned. So why'd you try to fire a cannonball at this restaurant? Oh, that was just an accident. It was just a cannonball launched in self-defense, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Sanji, not satisfied with the vague explanation, probed further. What's that supposed to mean? The cook then continued. In any case, you'd better not try anything funny while you're here. The owner of this place used to be the cook of a pretty infamous pirate crew. Luffy pondered for a moment. Oh, That old man used to be a pirate? The chef then shared a glimpse into their workplace. This restaurant's like a treasure to that damn geezer. And the rest of the cooks who came to work here out of their admiration for that geezer are all hot-blooded and crude enough to be pirates. But it's quite appropriate considering all the pirates that frequent these parts. Not a quiet moment in this place, huh? Luffy wondered with intrigue. Yeah, but it's a daily routine for us, Sanji replied, puffing some smoke from his cigarette. There've even been some guests recently who come to see the pirates and the cooks go at it. Thanks to that, all the waiters got scared and ran away. Luffy, now understanding the unique situation, realized the reason behind his year-long commitment. Oh, so the reason he asked me to work here for a year was, well, whatever. You should join my crew. Sanji then looked at him. I'll have to refuse that offer. I've got a good reason to keep working here. No, I refuse, Luffy said with annoyance. What? I refuse your refusal, Luffy insisted. You're a good cook, so we'll be pirates together. Hey, at least hear me out, Sanji began, attempting to explain his reasons. Fine then. What's your reason? He questioned. Sanji then looked at the restaurant and admitted, No need to tell you. But you just told me to hear you out, Luffy barked. All I meant was that you should hear other people's opinions when talking. Don't make me chop you up, you damn straw hat-wearing shithead. What did you say? Luffy shot back. Don't you dare insult my straw hat, or I'll send you flying. Gazing at the pair, the prisoner interrupted them casually. Sorry to butt into the conversation, but... What is it? They both demanded. The pirate introduced himself. My name's Gin. I'm a member of the Krieg pirates, so you said you're a pirate? Can I ask what your objective is? Luffy's eyes gleamed with excitement. I'm going to find the One Piece, which is why I'll go to the Grand Line. Watching him cautiously, Gin looked at him for a moment before pressing on. If you're still looking for a cook, I'm assuming you don't have very many people on your crew yet, right? With him, that makes 5, he pointed out. Why are you counting me in? Sanji protested. The fighter of the Krieg pirates continued. You don't seem to be a bad guy, so let me give you a piece of advice. Give up on going to the Grand Line. You're still young. There's no need to recklessly rush into things. Besides, the Grand Line is just one part of all the oceans in this world. If you want to be a pirate, there's plenty of other seas for you to roam out there. Oh, do you happen to know something about the Grand Line? Luffy questioned with curiosity. Worried, Gin placed his hands onto his striped bandana. No, I don't know anything. He recalled the painful memories of his voyage. That's why it's so terrifying. For a member of the Krieg pirates, you sure are acting like a big scaredy cat, Sanji remarked. Who's Krieg? In the bustling domain of Baratie's kitchen, an orchestra of clanging pans and sizzling stovetops orchestrated the rhythmic chaos. Chefs, adorned in their crisp white uniforms, swirled around, each in a culinary ballet of their own making. The hors d'oeuvre for table 3 is ready, one chef announced. Then take it already, you bastard, we ain't got no waiters, came the sharp retort from another. Amidst the culinary symphony, a conversation brewed between Patty and a fellow cook. But are you sure that was all right? The chef inquired. What? Patty responded, as he carved pieces of a pink trout with deft expertise. That dude you beat up on earlier is a member of the Krieg pirates, he persisted. Patty's glee remained undiminished. Yeah, I recall hearing something about that. A warning emerged from another chef nearby, painting a vivid picture of the feared pirate. Don Krieg's the strongest and baddest pirate to roam this part of the ocean. That's right. He's a pirate fleet admiral who commands 50 ships. He's a monster. But Patty remained resolved in his cooking. So what? His pan sizzled defiantly. The conversation took a darker turn as the chef voiced the potential consequences. I heard the Krieg Priots were over 5,000 men strong. So if that guy you beat were to tell Don Krieg what happened here, then like a herd of elephants stomping on an ant, this restaurant will be crushed. Patty, undeterred, questioned the very notion. I see. Then you're suggesting we should have given him a warm welcome? Don't you think that's a little rude to our other guests? As a fighting cook that the Baratie is renowned for, I am ashamed by such an idea. The exchange escalated, voices intertwining in a cacophony of opinions and accusations. Just how many pirates have we chased off until now? If you're so scared, then why don't you just quit? Patty's fiery spirit blazed. What? It's precisely because of those words that all the waiters quit. It's all your fault that we're so busy, Patty, the chef retorted. As if we ever needed those spineless sacks of crap in the first place. Amidst the escalating tension, Zeph, the authoritative figure of Baratie, entered the tumultuous kitchen. His voice, a sharp command, cut through the escalating discord. Hey, you blockheads, get back to work. Yes, sir, they all responded. Outside, Luffy and Sanji stood at the edge of the wooden deck, bidding farewell to Gin, who was hoisting his anchor aboard his humble wooden boat. See you then. I just wanted to warn you, the pirate spoke with caution. But I'm still gonna go to the Grand Line, Luffy told him. Gin chuckled softly before resuming. Well, you are free to do what you want. It's not like I have the right to stop that. And Sanji, thank you so much for the food. You're my savior. That meal was really the best I've ever had. His gratitude spilled out in earnest. Would it be all right to come here to eat again? Gin inquired. Sure, anytime, Sanji replied warmly. Suddenly, a nearby voice interrupted their moment. Hey, errand boy, so that's where you were? Zeph's booming voice resonated from the second level of the Baratie. Old man, Luffy exclaimed, craning his neck to catch sight of the owner. Zeph's eyes fell upon the now empty plate, and he fixed Gin with a stern gaze, leaving the pirate momentarily speechless. Go, Gin. Sanji's voice broke the tense silence, a quiet plea underlying his words. Ah, sorry. Just because you gave me food, you're going to get scolded. Gin apologized with regret. In a swift move, Sanji slid the plate Gin had used for his meal overboard, a sly grin on his face. How can I be scolded if there's no proof? His clean hands were offered as evidence of innocence. As Gin's boat sailed away, the pirate bowed deeply in gratitude. Don't you get caught again, Gin, Sanji called out, his voice carrying goodwill across the distance as the pirate disappeared into the horizon. But just when the moment seemed settled, Zeph's voice thundered once more. Sanji! Errand boy! Both of you get back to work! Within the bustling kitchen, steam billowed from pots and pans as chefs moved in a frenzied dance, orchestrating culinary creations for voracious customers. Amidst this controlled chaos, a figure stood with a straw hat atop his head and a white apron around his waist. I'm Luffy! Starting today, I'll be the errand boy! Nice to meet you! His declaration echoed through the clatter of cooking utensils, but it fell upon deaf ears. The chefs paid no heed as they resumed their tasks. Suspended from his pirating adventures, Luffy found himself as the restaurant on the sea's errand boy, toiling without pay. Seated casually, he leaned back on a chair as the chefs boasted on their customers' demands. Is Table 6's dessert still not done? Who took the order for that? Wasn't it you? The cooks hurried themselves. Can't you see I'm frickin' busy? Yeah, busy spacing out? The hell did you say to me, prick? They all barked in unison. If you've got nothing to do, at least wash the damn dishes. Okie dokie, Luffy replied casually, swaying from his chair as he got up and went to the sink. Amidst the chaos, Patty, one of the chefs, inquired to one of his co-workers, Where's Sanji? He's hitting on the customers in the dining room, he replied. Patty grumbled. Again, for God's sake. It sickens me to see that a guy like him is the assistant head chef. Well, what are you gonna do? He has been here the longest. Do you know the reason why Sanji continues to work here despite him and the owner's tense relationship? He's trying to become the next head chef, right? Isn't that obvious? Patty responded. As the kitchen gossiped about Sanji's aspirations, Luffy, while washing dishes, overheard their conversation, inadvertently breaking a few plates in the process. Hey, errand boy, just how many frickin' plates have you broken already? Patty's voice boomed, causing him to pause momentarily. Ah, my bad. I forgot to keep count, Luffy dismissed casually, much to his disgust. You're apologizing for that? Patty's frustration mounted as he ordered, All right, enough with the dishes. Just clean up instead. You can count on me, he said, as he quickly grabbed a single portion of one of the prepared foods, much to the chef's dismay. Don't eat the food, you bastard! Oh my God! That was the main dish! The chef lamented as Luffy savored the flavors. Delish! Undeterred, Luffy aimed to help as he went over to a dirty pot with a sponge. All right, I'll clean this pot then. However, to his surprise, it was still sizzling over the kitchen stove and extremely hot. As he touched it, he yelped in pain as he damaged the workplace around him, exclaiming, Hot! Just get the hell out of the kitchen! The chefs erupted in fury, urging Luffy's retreat. Patty, visibly irked, approached Luffy with an order, pressing his hands against the errand boy's cheeks in frustration. You're going to take the orders, you hear? Just ask what the customers want to eat and come back. You can do at least that much, right? Yes, Luffy admitted. Do it exactly as I showed you, he recommended. Okay. Amidst the dining room, Panda Man ate his meal as Luffy walked into the room. Ah, the life of an errand boy is tough, he mused. Kobe must have had a tough time being one too. Yet his observation dissolved into surprise upon spotting Zoro, Usopp, and Nami nestled at one of the tables. It's you guys. Nami's beckoning gesture and Usopp's mischievous smirk welcomed Luffy's arrival. Hey, errand boy! Nami's voice danced with amusement. Heard you have to work here for a year. With a smile, Zoro interjected with a suggestion. Would it be all right to redraw the ship's flag? But Luffy's frustration swelled like a stormy sea as he realized the unfairness of his situation. You leave me here to work and go off to eat delicious food all by yourselves. How selfish! His accusation thundered across the room, drawing curious gazes. Sanji, ever observant, cast an intrigued glance toward Luffy's direction. Damn, he's noisy. Are those his crewmates? As Zoro looked over to the group, Luffy's retaliation came in the form of a juvenile prank, spoiling his drink with a booger. Eat this! Trying to cover his mouth, Nami giggled in anticipation as Zoro, amused, accepted the jest. It's a free world. We can do whatever we want. Usopp struggled to contain his laughter, contributing to the banter. Yeah. The swordsman then picked up his drink and said, But I have to admit, the food here is great. Don't take this the wrong way. With a swift move, he coerced Luffy into drinking his own tampered beverage, sparking a chaotic sequence. You're drinking this glass! Luffy's frantic attempts to rid himself of the tainted drink sent him sprawling to the floor. How could you do this to me? I should ask you the same thing, he countered. Usopp and Nami's laughter swirled around the room, adding to the din. To their surprise, Sanji, swathed in romantic prose, declared his affections to Nami. Oh, blessed are the oceans for bring me this fine day. Oh, love, laugh if you will at my poor self who cannot endure his tortuous passions. As long as I can be with you, I'm prepared to walk across any path. be it the paths of a pirate or a devil. But alas, 'tis tragic there is such a great obstacle standing between the two of us." Leaning on a nearby chair, Zeph replied, "By obstacle, do you mean me, Sanji?" "The geezer," Sanji realized. Zeph's blunt words cut through the commotion. "It's a good chance. Just go and be a pirate. I don't need a guy like you in my restaurant." "What?" Elsewhere, on a mysterious island nearby, a small secluded cove cradled a clandestine gathering where Gin stood before his boss, the enigmatic leader of their crew. "I see." The boss's voice was a low rumble, echoing through the sheltered space. His eyes, obscured by the veil of shadows, locked onto Gin. "So that cook saved your life, and you were able to come back here?" Gin's gaze held steady, his words measured. Yes, but I never could have imagined that our mothership would be in this condition." A weighty silence lingered, thick with unspoken implications. Then, with resolve, Gin straightened himself. "Don Krieg!" "What is it?" he questioned. Gin then shared, "Allow me to guide you, sir, to the Baratie, the restaurant on the seas." "Hey, you damn geezer!" Sanji called out to the head chef. "I'm the assistant head chef of this place, so just what do you mean exactly when you say that I'm not needed?" Annoyed, Zeph responded without hesitation. "You cause too much trouble with the guests, and if they happen to be female, you drool all over them. You also can't cook a decent meal to save your life. You're just unnecessary baggage, holding the restaurant down. And, as you probably know, none of the cooks want you here as well. So whether it be a pirate or something else, it's just better for you to get the hell out of my restaurant." Sanji walked towards Zeph and placed his hand against the owner's collar. "So that's what you wanted to say to me all along, you damn geezer? Ignoring all your other comments, if there's one thing I won't stand for, it's someone insulting my cooking. No matter what you say, I'm staying here. Got that?" To his surprise, Zeph flipped Sanji against a nearby table. "How dare you grab the collar of the head chef?" "Damn it!" The head chef couldn't help but look back at him as Sanji declared, "You can try to chase me out all you want, but I'll continue to be a cook here, you hear, until the day you die, at the very least." Zeph, walking away, told him simply, "I ain't dying. I'll live for another 100 years. "Pretty mouth for a damn geezer, aren't you?" Sanji retorted. The chefs in the kitchen exchanged whispers. "Did you hear Sanji just now?" one asked. "Yeah, he definitely wants to become the next head chef," another replied. Luffy laughed as Sanji got back to his feet. "All right, he gave you permission. Now we can be pirates." "As if," he fired. The scene shifted as the chef resumed his duties, serving Luffy's table. However, a noticeable change occurred when serving Nami, as he addressed her with unusual politeness. "Forgive me for that ruckus just now," Sanji apologized. "As an apology, please enjoy this fruit Macedonia and this glass of Grand Marnier." Playing along, Nami thanked him. "Oh, thank you so much. You're so nice." "Oh, it's nothing." Feeling neglected, Usopp voiced his discontent. "Hey, what about us? This is gender discrimination. I'll sue, you love crazy cook." "I already gave you some tea. You could at least say a word of thanks for that, punk," Sanji retorted. "What? You want to start something, is that it?" "I ain't gonna go easy on you. Get him, Zoro." While Nami ate her meal to her delight, the swordsman shrugged off the comment. "Get him yourself." Usopp, not satisfied, pointed at his plate. "You haven't even cleared away my plates. But you still have mushrooms left. Finish it," Sanji insisted. "I left them on purpose because I hate mushrooms." He pressed his nose against his face. "I was poisoned by one when I was a kid." "Well, this one ain't poisoned, so eat up, long nose," the chef encouraged. Seizing her opportunity, Nami intervened. "Please don't fight just because of me. Anything for you, miss? Sanji responded instantly. Just who the hell's fighting for you? Usopp barked back. Undeterred, Nami, holding the chef's face thoughtfully, continued, By the way, Mr. Cook. Yes. The food here's just a tad too expensive for me, she admitted with a playful smile. His heart started to pound in his chest. Then it shall be free of charge to you, miss. Thank you so much. Nami hugged him, eliciting an explosion of delight from the chef. But Sanji had a condition. He turned to Usopp with a deadpan expression. You're paying, though. What? A sigh escaped from Zoro as he observed the unfolding drama. You're a real witch, aren't you? He mumbled to Nami across the table. With a hearty stride, Sanji wandered away, leaving Luffy to enjoy his tea. This tea's great, he remarked casually. Nami giggled. You fellas better watch out, too. Spotted a group of girls entering the restaurant, Sanji instantly came to greet them. Sanji, it's been a while, they greeted. Ah, good to see you again, Roxanne, Sanji greeted, opening his arms with a loving welcome. Nami and Usopp sighed simultaneously. Damn lech. Noticing his co-worker's distraction, Sanji retorted, Hey, errand boy, the hell are you sitting around and drinking tea for? He slammed his foot against Luffy's head, causing him to faceplant into the teacup, much to his surprise. Zoro and Nami exchanged glances, silently observing as their captain was taken by the neck by the chef. Bring out the hot towels when the customers come in, Sanji commanded Luffy. Yes, sir. 2 days later, a surprising incident takes place. The shattering sound of glass echoed through the dining room, causing chaos among the customers as they caught sight of a pirate flag in the far distance. It's Don Krieg's pirate ship, panicked voices rose. A skull with 2 hourglasses at its side to threaten their enemies. There's no doubt about it. That's Krieg's flag. Why is he here? In the kitchen, chefs were just as frightened as the customers. Look what you did, Patty. They actually came here. So are you gonna chase them off for us, Mr. Tough Guy? It can't be, stammered Patty. The fleet admiral who commands over 5,000 pirates is coming all the way out here just to avenge one of his underlings. Well, you better believe it. His ship's coming this way right now, one of the chefs responded. Within the Going Merry, Nami hid behind the scene, while Usopp panicked to Zoro. This is real bad. Shouldn't we be running away? But Zoro looked at the gigantic ship calmly. Bro, let's set sail. We don't want to die. Yosaku bellowed with Johnny. Talk about a huge ship, Luffy joyfully said to Sanji. Gin must have come here to repay his debt to you. Somehow I don't think that's the case. But it is strange, the cook relayed while Zeph looked at the ship on the balcony. The mighty pirate ship was a very large galleon ship, almost triple the size of the ocean-going restaurant. It had the figurehead of a saber-toothed tiger, appearing as though it was a ghost ship. That ship, it's in complete shambles, Sanji observed. To turn a gigantic galleon of that size into that sad state, that's no work of humans. They must have been caught up in some natural disaster. The front doors widened, revealing 2 figures entering the dining room, stunning both guests and cooks. With Gin on his shoulder, a large, muscular man with purple-gray hair and distinctive long sideburns along his agonizingly frail face. Don Krieg, the pirate fleet admiral, wore a brown, fur-lined coat over his yellow vest with black spot-like motifs. Around his thick neck hung a big golden chain as he muttered, Sorry for intruding, but could I have some water? And food? If it's money you want, I've got plenty. What the heck? Patty was confused at the sight. That weak, worn-out-looking guy is Krieg? He looks like he's starving, Luffy added, as Sanji pondered. Wonder what happened. Despite it all, Don Krieg collapsed to the floor head first. Don Krieg! Gin said aloud. "I'm begging you, please give him some food and water. Please save my captain, he'll die at this rate." Patty laughed at the turn of events. "Perfect, just perfect. So this is what the infamous outlaw Don Krieg looks like." Looking at the chef, Gin continued. "We have money this time. We're paying customers." The chef pointed to his co-workers. "Hey, contact the Marines immediately. This is the perfect chance for the government to arrest him. Don't let him have a single morsel of food." "That's right. Who knows what he'll do once he gets back on his feet?" The customers shared. "This is retribution for all the crimes he's committed. It's only right that he should die after all he's done." The chefs pressed on. "If we give him food and he recovers, it's only obvious that he'll attack our restaurant. I ain't giving him a single drop of water." On his knees, Don Krieg lowered his head to the floor and begged, "I won't do anything. If you give me food, I promise I'll quietly withdraw from here. So please, please help me. Don Krieg, please stop," Gin cried. "A great man like you shouldn't be lowering his head. It's too shameful." "I'm begging you," the Admiral continued. "I don't mind if it's leftovers or whatever. Please, just give me anything. Anything." The customers looked down on him as Gin tried to hold back tears. Patty looked at him disgustingly with a questionable look. "Trying to earn some sympathy points?" Holding a plate of leftovers, Sanji swung his leg against Patty's head. Knocking him out, Sanji offered a cooked dish with some booze. "Here, Gin. Give this to him." "Sanji!" They both looked up in realization. Seizing his chance, Krieg finally scoffed his food down as he gracefully ate his meal. "Thank you." "Hey, Sanji! Take that food back this instant! Do you have any idea what kind of man he is?" A chef called out from behind, explaining, "The ruler of the East Blue, the king of deceptions! That's Don Krieg for you!" He started out by disguising as a Marine after escaping from prison. He then killed the Marine officer in charge of the ship and took it over. That's how he became a pirate. Since then, he attacked ports, towns, and other ships by hanging a Marine flag, and when attacking his enemies, he hangs a white flag to attack them by surprise. He's a man who'll stoop to anything in order to win, and that's how he made his way to the top. His strength ain't no exaggeration either. You really think he'll just leave after eating? That's utterly impossible for him. Letting a demon like him starve to death is for the good of the world." When Karn finished speaking, Don Krieg struck Sanji, hooking him with his right hand to the ground in front of a shocked crowd. "Sanji!" Gin called out. Don Krieg! This is different from what you promised. I guided you here because you promised not to harm this restaurant. Not only that, that man is our savior." With his left hand, his Admiral locked his shoulder tightly as he screamed in agony. "Ah, that was a great meal. I feel like I'm back to my normal self again." "Gin!" Luffy gritted his teeth. Sanji looked up as he remarked, "So he reveals his fangs at last." "Nice restaurant you've got here," Don Krieg claimed. "I'll take it." The Admiral, standing amidst the chaos, surveyed the room that now trembled in silence after his onslaught. Amidst the panic, one of the chefs raised his voice in desperation. "I told you so! This is the real Krieg, and now he's gonna take over our ship!" Fleeing towards a nearby ship outside, the customers scrambled to their feet as they ran out of the floating restaurant. "Get on the boat! We've got to get out of here before we're surrounded!" Patty, nursing his battered head, mumbled in confusion. "What's with all the noise?" Don Krieg. "What about the promise?" Gin pleaded, but the comment fell on deaf ears. "Hey, Gin, are you all right?" Luffy called out. Patty's eyes widened as he saw Krieg, now refreshed and well, elaborating on his demands. "My ship's all worn out, so I've been wanting a new one. Once my business is done with you, I'll have you get off of this ship. Right now, I have around 100 subordinates on my ship, and they're all starving and critically wounded. So prepare enough water and food to feed all 100 men of mine. There are a few who've already starved to death, so make it quick. You're asking us to willingly feed 100 pirates, knowing that they're going to attack us and steal our ship later? The chef bellowed. We refuse! Refuse? Seems like we have a little misunderstanding on our hands. I wasn't asking whether or not you'd do it, he threatened. I'm ordering you, and nobody disobeys my orders. Sanji, I'm sorry, I never intended for things to turn out this way. Sanji, you bastard! It's because of you that we're in this meh, Patty protested, as he looked back to see the chef face a certain direction. Hey, where do you think you're going? Walking away, Sanji spat blue to the side and remarked, to the kitchen, in order to prepare enough food for 100 people. Wise choice. But the chef surrounded Sanji with guns drawn directly at him. Who the hell do you think you are, Sanji? Krieg's secret agent or something, the chefs tell him. We ain't gonna let you take one step into the kitchen. We've had enough of your insane and reckless actions. With his arms wide open, Sanji declared, Fine, stop me if you wish. Go ahead, shoot. I know that they're nothing but scum aren't worth a dime saving, but to me, none of that matters. Thinking about the consequences of feeding a person, it's all such a big hassle. A cook should freely be able to feed anyone who's starving. Patty took matters into his own hands and knocked Sanji down, leaving the others in shock. Hold him down, Patty demanded as he prepared to confront Sanji. Sanji, I know you feed the customers I chase away from time to time, and I'm not going to say who was right and who was wrong for all those times. But this time, it's all your fault. So don't you dare do any more unnecessary things. I'll protect this restaurant myself. Fortunately, we only have Don Krieg alone to deal with. Just what can he do against all of us? This is Baratie, the restaurant that deals with all sorts of pirates on a daily basis. We're more than prepared to handle any customer that might come. Patty, armed with a lobster-shaped bazooka, declared, If you're finished with your meal, how about having an iron dessert? Indigestion meatball cannon, he proclaimed, firing a cannonball directly at Don Krieg with incredible speed. Son of a... In response, Krieg found himself blasted against the entrance of the floating restaurant as Gin voiced him out desperately. Huh, damn it! I ended up destroying the entrance, Patty realized. The owner's gonna have my head for this. It's fine, his co-worker reassured him. It's just collateral damage from protecting the restaurant. Amidst the chaos, Sanji raised a crucial question. What are you planning to do with his underlings on the ship? Well, Patty smiled. Maybe we ought to butter his ship up and roast it with fire? That's the best dessert you've got, you lousy cook, Krieg threatened. It can't be! But their jubilation was short-lived as the Admiral rose unscathed from the wreckage. With his casual clothes destroyed, Don Krieg wore heavy, golden-plated armor as he mocked their efforts. Serving that pile of crap for dessert? This is the worst restaurant I've ever been to. Wow, his body's gold and shiny, Luffy exclaimed. That bastard and his fancy steel armor? Get him! Let's go! With fury in their eyes, the chefs charged at Krieg, only to be met with an unexpected onslaught of bullets as his golden armor transformed into a barrage of weapons. Annoying pricks, he stated with a loud voice. One by one, the chefs fell with their handheld weapons. Gin tried to hold it in, while his captain continued his glory. Guns! From all over his body! Luffy and Sanji were completely in shock. You damn worms think you can defy me? I'm the strongest. This steel arm, more powerful than that of anyone. This body of steel tougher than anyone else's. And this diamond fist that can pulverize anything. My entire body is a finely tuned weapon. I'm the fleet admiral of 50 ships and the commander of 5,000 men. I've won every single battle I've been in. There is no other man more worthy of the title. Done than I am. So if I tell you to prepare the food for my men, then you shut up and do it, Krieg shouted. Nobody goes against Don Krieg. Suddenly, the tide turned as Zeph, the owner of Baratie, appeared with a huge white bag of food, handing it in front of Krieg. Owner Zeph! The chefs were in awe. Zeph responded with a calm demeanor. There's enough food here for 100 people, so hurry up and bring it to your men. Don Krieg, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, pondered. Did they just say, Zeph? Sir, how could you give them the food? Just what's the meaning of this? The chefs began to complain. Once those pirates on that ship recover, they'll take over our restaurant. That's only if they still have any fighting spirit left at all, Zeph replied. Huh? Zeph continued. Isn't that right? Defeated warriors of the Grand Line? The chefs were shocked to hear this revelation. What? What? Don Krieg, defeated! The strongest man of East Blue, the pirate fleet admiral of 50 ships. Even he was utterly defeated by the Grand Line. Grand Line! Luffy voiced out. Don Krieg, realizing the truth about the head chef's identity, uttered in disbelief. You're Red Leg Zeph. So you were alive, Red Leg Zeph, he continued. The peerless captain and cook of his own pirate crew. Zeph met Krieg's gaze with a nonchalant turn. So what if I'm alive? It's got nothing to do with you. As you can see, I'm living as a mere cook now. The Admiral laughed at his response for a brief moment. Interesting to hear it put that way. But from the way I see it, you're living as a cook not by choice, but because that's the only thing you can do. With the way you are now, you can't wear your infamous red shoes. To speak of Red Leg Zeph is to speak of the master of kicking who refused to use his hands in battle, he explained. The pirate whose destructive kicks could pulverize bedrock and leave a clear imprint even on steel. Your nickname, Red Leg, refers to your legs that would be dyed in the blood of your enemies after a fight. Though I've heard from rumors that you died during a shipwreck, it seems that you've managed to survive, though at the cost of one of your precious legs. With one of your legs gone, you shouldn't be able to fight anymore. Sanji stood in silence as Zeph interjected. I may not be able to fight anymore, but I can still cook as long as I have these hands. But just what you getting exactly? Red Leg Zeph, you're a man who once braved the waters of the Devil's Hideout, the Grand Line itself. Not only that, you returned without injury. Krieg's eyes gleamed with avarice as he revealed, you must have kept a log during your time in the Grand Line. So what I'm getting at is hand over that log to me. Luffy spoke out. Cool. You've been to the Grand Line, old man? Yes, he replied as he redirected his attention to the Admiral. You are certainly correct to assume that I kept a log, and I indeed have it to this day. But I shan't hand that over to you. That log is the pride of me and my men who bravely ventured into the Grand Line together. It's much too valuable to give to the likes of you. Then I'll just steal it from you, he pressed. It's true that I came back defeated from the Grand Line, but even so, I'm still the mighty Don Krieg, that ocean shrouded by darkness, the mention of which alone causes weak men to tremble in their boots. I had enough power to conquer that sea, enough manpower, enough ambition. The only thing I lacked was information. That was my only flaw. I simply did not know enough, which is why I'll steal your travel log and this ship. Like hell we'll let you, Patty interrupted. If we lose this ship, we've got nowhere to go. That's right. All the cooks here were chased out by other restaurants before finally finding their home in this place, the chefs told him. Owner Zeph is the only one who accepted us as chefs. He's our savior. We ain't letting you pirates steal our home away. But Don Krieg fired another barrage of bullets against the workers. Silence! The difference in strength between you and I is clear as night and day, he demanded. I even proved it to you just now. Don't you dare forget that I'm the strongest. Once I obtain Zeph's travel log, I'll reassemble my pirate fleet and find the One Piece to become the greatest pirate of this era. With his fist clenched in his hand, the Admiral noticed Luffy, who pointed out, Hold it right there. The one who will become the Pirate King is me. What? What did that errand boy say just now? The chef stammered, as Sanji looked at him curiously. With a shout, Patty reached out to the young pirate. Hey, stand back down, kid, or you'll be killed. I'm not standing down, especially on this point. Looking at him, Don Krieg questioned him. Did you say something, little brat? I'll be nice enough to let your comment just now slide. It's fine. You don't have to let it slide, Luffy replied confidently with his arms folded. I was only stating the truth. This ain't a game. Of course. With the standoff escalating, two voices decided to speak out from the sidelines, simply chatting away at each other. Did you hear that just now? Even Krieg couldn't make it in there. I won't say anything bad, so let's just give up on going to a place like that, his long-nosed friend remarked. Just keep your mouth shut. With confidence, Usopp and Zoro offered their support. Are you planning to fight, Luffy? Need a hand? Oh, hey Zoro, Usopp, no, it's fine. You can just stay sitting down, he said casually, as Krieg boomed with laughter. Those are your crewmates? A rather small bunch, aren't they? What are you talking about? I've got two others as well, he retorted, pointing out the oversight. Sanji denied his statement. Hey, you just counted me in, didn't you? But Krieg's voice thundered over them all, drowning out any further banter. Don't joke with me, punk. Even my fleet of 50 ships and 5,000 pirates were utterly decimated by that devilish sea in just 7 days only because we lacked information. The cook struggled to comprehend the magnitude of Krieg's defeat. 7 days? One of them stammered. The entire Krieg pirate fleet was annihilated in just a week. Just what exactly happened to him? Did you hear that just now? Usopp trembled with panic. 50 ships gone in just a single week. Huh, sounds interesting, the swordsman mused. Undeterred by their reactions, Don Krieg continued. Even as a bluff, your comments just now show how completely ignorant you are to reality. If there's one thing I hate, it's empty boasting like yours. Keep saying that, and I'll kill you right on the spot once I get back from unloading this food. With a warning hanging in the air, the Admiral gathered up a heavy bag of food and delivered his ultimatum. As for the rest of you, I'll give you a little extension. I'm going to go give this food to my subordinates, and then return back here. I'd suggest you leave this place within that time if you don't want to die, he threatened as he departed out of the restaurant. The only things I need are this ship and Zeph's travel log. If any of you still feel like dying even after I warned you, then so be it. I'll bury you at the bottom of the sea for eternity. As Krieg stormed out of the restaurant, leaving behind a tense silence, Gin spoke out to the crowd of chefs and pirates alike. Sanji, please forgive me. I had no idea at all that this would happen. He pleaded with remorse. But Zeph intervened with a calm authority. There's no need for you to apologize, he reassured him. Huh. Sir, Zeph continued, the cooks of this restaurant acted out of their own free will, and this is the result of that. Confusion and anger simmered among the cooks as Patty questioned Zeph's decision. Sir, how could you of all people side with Sanji on this? Just what's the meaning of this? He demanded, as the chefs pressed on. That's right, he's the one to blame for all this. He just wants to destroy this restaurant that's so important to you, sir. Sanji, were you planning on using this mess we're in to become the next head chef, or have you just completely lost it? Which is it? With a thunderous shout, Zeph demanded, Silence, you numbskulls! With the situation momentarily focused on the head chef for a brief moment, Zeph told them simply, "Have any one of you ever been hungry enough to die? Do any of you know just how terrifying and painful it is to be stuck in this ocean, deprived of food and water?" What do you mean, sir?" he continued, pointing directly behind him. "If you've got time to be crying over spilt milk, then just leave this place using the back door." As his response lingered in the air, the chefs found themselves at a crossroads. Would they fight or flee? Picking up his large fork, Patty declared, I'm gonna stay here." "Same here. This is the place I live and work at," another chef added, while more of them replied, "Not like I've got anywhere else to go to." "What? What are you all doing? Haven't you realized how powerful the Dawn is by now? You need to run away." But Gin's warning fell on deaf ears as Sanji lit a cigarette. "Hey, Gin, let me tell you something. It's my duty as a cook to feed anyone who's starving, but the ones who are coming to attack this ship are those who've already been fed, so you better not complain when I kill them. If someone is planning on stealing this ship, then I'll kill that person without a second thought, even if it's you. Got that?" Gin was completely in silence as Patty remarked to his co-worker, "Huh, you save a person only to kill him afterward? Some guy you are?" he taunted to Sanji. "Shut up, you shitty cook." Luffy sat comfortably on top of the wooden table, flanked by his companions Usopp and Zoro. "Hey, what do you think about him? Pretty good, right?" Luffy remarked. Usopp's eyes widened as his voice trembled with fear. "Who cares about him? If we don't get out of here soon—" "Calm down," Zoro interjected. "Our enemies are wounded pirates." "That's right. And besides, I have to fight with that guy," Luffy shared. "If he truly is strong, then he and I are going to butt heads eventually. Anyways." He then drawed his attention towards the wounded pirate. "Oh, that's right, Gin." "Huh?" Noticing the shift in Gin's demeanor, Luffy pressed on with curiosity. "You said you didn't know anything about the Grand Line, but didn't you guys go there?" Gin trembled as he reached for his striped bandana adorning his head. "What I don't know is the truth. I just can't believe it," he confessed with fear. "I just don't know if those 7 days we spent in the Grand Line was real or just a nightmare. I'm still wrestling with it in my mind. He just appeared all of a sudden. To think all 50 ships of the Krieg pirate fleet were destroyed by a single man." The revelation rippled through the tavern, sparking murmurs of disbelief and alarm among the patrons. "What? Impossible!" they exclaimed, their voices rising in shock. "The entire Krieg pirate fleet was crushed by a single man!" Gin's hands shook as he continued. "While we still had no idea what was going on, our ships sank one by one, and if it weren't for that storm that whisked us away, even our main ship would have sunk. I don't even know how many of our ships managed to survive. It's just too terrifying to believe as real. I don't even want to think about that hawk-eyed man whose glare is sharp enough to kill a man. I don't want to think about him." Zoro's brow furrowed in concern as he remarked with urgency, "What? How could our entire fleet be sunk by a single man?" Gin exclaimed. As the other patrons watched in hushed silence, Zeph spoke out with a calm certainty. "That had to be the work of the hawk-eyed man, without a doubt." Hawk-eyed man?" the chefs wondered. With a steady voice, Zeph continued his response. "You saying that you witnessed a man whose glare was as sharp as that of a hawk doesn't necessarily prove it was him, but the fact that he sunk your entire fleet is more than enough proof that it really was him." Hawk-eyed, Usopp pondered aloud as he asked Luffy, "Who's that?" "Beats me," he replied with a shrug. However, Zoro knew him perfectly well. "He's the man I'm searching for," according to what Johnny said. As the gravity of Zeph's words sank in, the other cooks wondered about the strange individual. "Hawk-eyed man, huh? If it's the red-eyed man, I remember him coming to this shop before, remarked one of the chefs. Right. You mean that guy who got so piss-drunk from wine that his eyes turned red? Yeah, that idiot who caught on fire and blew up. That was quite a sight. Johnny previously told Zoro that the hawk-eyed man he's been looking for has been sighted before. Recalling this moment, Zoro scowled. That fool must have muddled his information. Curious, Luffy interjected, "What about Johnny?" "No, never mind," the swordsman dismissed, relaxing on his chair. Amidst the speculation, Sanji, the suave chef with a penchant for theatrics, posed a question to Gin. Did he bear some ill grudge against you guys for him to destroy your entire fleet like that? Jin shook his head. I don't remember anything like that. He just attacked us all of a sudden, Zeph added on. Perhaps you disturbed his afternoon nap. That's bullshit, Gin erupted, his anger overflowing. You mean to tell me he destroyed our entire fleet for that? But Zeph waved off the outburst. No need to get so irritated. It was just an example. That's just the kind of place the Grand Line is. The mention of the Grand Line took Luffy's and Usopp's attention, as Zoro added, a place where even the abnormal is normal, huh? Excitement seemed to wash over Luffy, remarking, That sounds like such a thrill. We definitely gotta go there. Could you at least try to think of the danger? Usopp tried to reason with him. Yet, despite the warning, Zoro couldn't help but feel drawn to the allure of the Grand Line. But with this, it looks like my own goal is inextricably tied with the Grand Line, considering that man is there as well. Sanji observed the motley crew with concern as he retorts, Bunch of idiots. You lot are the type to rush to their deaths. Countering his remark, Zoro replied, True, but I'd rather have you leave out the idiot part. Ever since I've decided to become the world's greatest swordsman, I threw away my attachment to life. The only one who has the right to call me an idiot is me alone. Me too, Luffy chimed in gleefully, while Usopp claimed, As a true man, same goes for me. Bonking Usopp with the back of his sword, Zoro called him a liar, as Sanji scoffed the notion, what a load of crap. Zeph couldn't help but smile for a brief moment. But amidst the bantering, Patty interjected with a reminder of their dire situation. Hey, retards! Haven't you realized the situation we're in right now? He bellowed, holding his large fork. The gigantic galleon that's parked right in front of our restaurant belongs to the pirate fleet. Admiral Don Krieg, the ship of the strongest pirate in all of the East Blue. You got that? So you can continue your little conversation after we've gotten ourselves out of this mess. Meanwhile, on the large galleon of Don Krieg's battleship, the Admiral's crew ate the large quantity of food in haste. Don Krieg's crew recovers thanks to Zeph's food offering, as their stomachs became full. With a shout, they praised with cheer, We're saved! We're alive! It's like a dream! We've finally escaped from that nightmare! We've returned alive from the pirates' graveyard! However, within the background, Krieg told them, Yes, Krieg shared with them as he pressed on, and we'll sail back to the Grand Line once again. His crew was in shock of the revelation. Huh? Krieg questioned. What's with your expressions? One of his men spoke out. We're going back there? Without hesitation, the Admiral fired his pistol against the man who criticized his decision. Krieg told them again, declaring, Well, any others who disagree? The crew quickly changes their mind and shouted, No! No, sir! All hail Don Krieg! Walking in his golden armor, he then explains, First, we'll abandon this battered old ship that might sink at any moment and take over that floating restaurant. Your enemies are just a bunch of measly cooks. This should be a piece of cake. Readying themselves, the chefs told everyone, I can hear them coming. Brace yourself, the ship is our restaurant. Move it, your damn cooks. When Krieg's men attack the restaurant, their large galleon is suddenly cut in half. Everyone's jaw dropped in surprise, as Don Krieg shouted in alarm. What was that just now? With the gigantic ship leaning from the destruction, the Admiral's crew rebounded against the ship, collapsing as the ship began to capsize itself. "Don Krieg! Our ship!" his crew members bellowed. "Our ship's been cut!" However, he refuses to believe it himself. "Cut? The hell do you mean cut? How can a huge galleon like this be cut? That's impossible!" Worried for his companions, Zoro said to Luffy and Usopp, "Crap! Our ship was outside too, with Nami, Yosaku, and Johnny still inside." Luffy ran in great speed, as Usopp added, "It might be too late already." "Raise the anchor!" Zeph commanded to his co-workers, as he continued, "Or this ship's gonna get dragged under!" "Yes, sir," they followed. When Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp headed to where they left the Going Merry, they found Johnny and Yosaku almost drowning without a ship, as the waves constantly crashed over each other dangerously. They swam for dear life as they shouted, "Bro! Brother Zoro!" Outside of the floating restaurant, they leaned over the banister and said, "Yosaku! Johnny! You all right? The ship! Where's our ship? What happened to Nami?" The bounty hunters told them the abominable truth. "About that, we're sorry, bro. She's not here anymore." With her sly tongue, Nami told the bounty hunters that she will see them soon, and to tell the others that if they were truly linked by fate, she will meet them again. Holding their act together, Yosaku and Johnny remarked, "Sister Nami took the treasure and sailed away." What? The three pirates were completely in shock. At the same time, Zeph looked over and noticed the shadow of a man on a small boat drifting towards them slowly. That man is... The chefs were bewildered. "What? What's going on?" one of them exclaimed. "I don't know, but maybe their munition supplies exploded." As the Krieg pirates grappled with the aftermath of the attack, Johnny offered another apology. "We're sorry, bro." While Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp confronted the head chef inside, Nami found herself aboard the Going Merry with the bounty hunters Yosaku and Johnny. She was engrossed in examining wanted posters when Johnny inquired, "What is it, sis? You've been doing nothing but stare at those wanted posters." With a swift fold of the posters, Nami dismissed his query. "Oh no, it's nothing," Yosaku chimed in. "Oh, eyeing the high bounty outlaws, huh? But it's best not to go for that guy. For a while he's been keeping pretty quiet, but I heard he's recently started rampaging again." "Okay then," Nami responded as she walked away. "Yeah, but that 20 million berry bounty sure is hard to pass up," the bounty hunters deliberated. "But considering his strength, there's a slim chance that even we would be killed by a slim margin." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of something being dragged across the ship's deck. Turning around, they saw Nami hauling a large white sack of money and gold. "Sis, isn't that the treasure on our ship?" Johnny questioned. "Yup, I brought it on board just now," Nami confirmed, as Yosaku added on, "You know, we aren't planning on staying with you guys on this ship forever." "Would you two mind turning around for a sec?" Nami requested. "Huh?" The bounty hunters were puzzled. As Nami lifted her collar, she explained, "I want to change my clothes. It's a little embarrassing, so if you men could just look that way for a moment." "Change? Change clothes? Now, they stammered. Sure, why not? We'll look the other way." Turning their backs respectfully, Johnny remarked to Yosaku, Sister Nami sure is bold as she looks," Yosaku whispered back. You don't think we'd get in too much trouble to peek just a little, do ya?" "Of course not. Just a little," they both thought mischievously. "Right, like 2 seconds." But before they could succumb to temptation, they felt hands push against the back of their heads, and they were suddenly plunged into the sea. Gasping for air, they cried out, "What's going on, sis?" With a nonchalant smile, Nami leaned against the banister of the Going Merry. "What do you mean, what? It's just business. After all, I am a thief stealing from pirates. This ship is no exception. I never recall agreeing to be one of your shipmates. I only said we were joining hands." Shocked, both Yosaku and Johnny tried to comprehend her betrayal, but she continued, "Oh, but your treasures are an exception. It was a short while being with Luffy and the others, but it was a lot of fun. Well, see you then." "Huh?" they exclaimed. "Tell the others that if we're truly linked by fate, we'll meet again," Nami declared as she sailed away on the Going Merry, leaving Yosaku and Johnny behind. Wait a minute, sis. We were asked to keep a watch on that ship. You're putting us in a lot of trouble here, and give back our treasure." But their protests were overshadowed by the sight of Don Krieg's ship reduced to pieces. "What is it this time?" Kneeling on the deck before them, Johnny told them. After saying that, she ran away. Zoro pounded his fist against the exterior of the ship, retorting, "Damn that woman! Just because she was acting all nice recently, I let my guard down for one moment, and then this happens! How dare she pull a fast one over us, especially during this crisis?" Usopp added with rage. Looking out from afar, Luffy tells his crewmates, "Wait, I can still see our ship." "What?" "It's the Going Merry," he told them, as Luffy remarked, "Yosaku, Johnny, where's your ship?" "Well, we still have ours," they replied. "Zoro, Usopp." He looked back at his crew while Zoro simply told them, "Just let her go. No good will come of chasing after that thief." But she took our ship," Usopp retorted. "That ship's important." But Luffy answered them plainly, saying, "I want her to be our navigator no matter what." They both took a second to reflect on his decision. "Fine," Zoro regrettably remarks. "Why'd I have to follow such a troublesome captain? Hey, Usopp, we're going—" Right. He picked up speed. With Johnny helping him prepare to set sail on a newly acquired wooden boat, Yosaku told them, "Brother Zoro, we're ready to set sail!" Usopp looked back and questioned, "Luffy, what about you?" "Sorry, but I can't," he pointed out. "I still haven't paid this restaurant back for what I did." "Be careful," Zoro told him. "The situation here is getting a little crazy." "Yeah, don't worry." But then, with a sudden shout, one of Don Krieg's subordinates sounded out, "It's him! Don Krieg, it's him! The one who destroyed our fleet! He followed us all the way out here! He's come to kill all of us!" And there it was, a black boat resembling a large coffin with candles lit on each side of the boat. With the mast tied up, only one man sat on that ship, sailing closer to his foes with every wave. Krieg looked at him shockingly. "That bastard, it can't be—" Zoro looked at him with alarm. "Is that the hawk-eyed man?" All of the cooks watched as the stranger loomed closer to the restaurant. "He's the one who sank a fleet of 50 ships," Patty remarked, as the chefs added on, "Then, he's the one who destroyed Krieg's ship just now. He looks like any normal guy, and it doesn't seem like he's carrying any special weapon." Zeph told them, "If you're looking for his weapon, then it's on his back." "What?" his subordinates remarked. You mean he cut that gigantic galleon by swinging that?" With his arms folded, the head chef answered their response. "Yes, that hawk-eyed man is a renowned swordsman. More renowned than any other swordsman in this world. His name was Hawkeye's Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman. Wearing a crucifix pendant around his neck, he had a short beard, mustache, and sideburns that pointed upwards. With his head leaned down, he wore a wide-brimmed black hat, decorated with a large white plume resembling a Spanish swordsman. He also wore a long, open black coat with a red velvet inside with no shirt underneath, with red, flower-patterned sleeves and collar. Sitting with his legs crossed with his golden-hilted sword behind his back, he stared them all down with his strangely colored red eyes. "We're done for?" One of Krieg's men gasped, as another stood his ground and retorted, "Damn it! What did we ever do to you? Why the hell do you have to follow us all the way out here?" The swordsman looked at him and replied, "Just to kill some time?" "That's bullshit," the pirate said in rage, as he raised both of his pistols and fired it directly at him. Mihawk draws his large blade and easily redirects the bullets away from himself. "What? It missed!" they shouted. But Zoro corrects them from behind and shares, "He deflected it. It'll be the same no matter how many times you shoot. He changes the bullet's trajectory with the tip of his sword. And who are you, you bastard?" "I've never seen such graceful moments," Zoro continued. Sheathing his sword behind his back, Mihawk remarked, "A sword without grace is no strong sword." Zoro then asks him, "Did you cut this ship as well with that sword?" "Yes, indeed." When Mihawk affirmed his answer, Zoro stared him down with a smile and added, "No wonder. You really are the strongest." Suddenly noticing his weapon, one of Krieg's subordinates wondered, Three swords? Hey, could this guy be—" With resolve, Zoro untied his bandana from his arm and shares, "I set sail to meet you." Mihawk questioned him. "What do you aim for?" "To be the strongest," Zoro declared, placing his black bandana on his head as he continued. "You said you're free, right?" He then pointed one of his katanas at him and proposed, "So let's have a duel." "It's him! Zoro! Roronoa! Zoro of the three-sword style!" "What? The pirate hunter?" Don Krieg wondered, as Sanji pondered the revelation himself. Usopp quickly tries to warn Luffy about the situation. "Hey, we're gonna lose sight of the ship, bro." But he ignores it, as he has now focused his attention on the two swordsmen. "Pitiful weakling," Mihawk remarked as he disembarks his ship and approaches Zoro. "If you're a competent swordsman by any means, then I can demonstrate the clear difference in strength between you and I, without needing to cross blades at all. But still, you dare to challenge me. Does your bravery come from your conviction or from ignorance?" Placing his sword on his mouth, Zoro replies, "It comes from my ambition and a promise to a friend." Luffy watched silently as Usopp and the bounty hunters gulped in anticipation of the result. Out on the open sea, Nami sailed away on the Going Merry. Despite the beauty of the horizon, a pang of loneliness tugged at her heart. "They were good people," she remarked softly to herself, her voice carried away by the wind. "I wonder if they'll count me as their friend the next time we meet. I wonder if we can ever meet again." Biting the bottom of her lip, Nami bawled with tears as she ponders, "I want to hurry up and become free, Belmere." Having drawn his three swords, Zoro faced off against the legendary Hawkeye's Mihawk. "To be honest, I never thought I'd be able to meet you so early on." Zoro's words hung heavy in the tense atmosphere. "A waste, if you ask me," came Mihawk's cool reply. The duel had drawn the attention of all present within the destruction of Krieg's ship. Among them, Patty remarked, "The world's strongest swordsman versus the pirate hunter Zoro." Luffy, Usopp, and Johnny watched intently as Yosaku's cheers rang out with confidence. "There's not a chance someone can match our bro." Don Krieg struggled with the weight of his golden armor as he pondered curiously. "That man, just what did he do to this ship?" Biting down on the handle of his sword, Zoro's gaze remained focused as he questioned Mihawk's intentions. "Just what are you planning to do with that?" But Mihawk didn't care. Instead, he calmly removed a pendant from around his neck to reveal a very small pocket knife. I'm different from those stupid brutes who'd go all out just to hunt a mere rabbit. Though you may be a swordsman of some renown, this is the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas, that are separated by the Red Line and the Grand Line. Unfortunately, I do not have a blade smaller than this at the moment. There's a limit to just how much you can underestimate me. Zoro's fury burned as he charged directly at him. You better not regret it when you die! Mihawk's response was nonchalant, his words carrying a weight of superiority. Hear me, little frog in his well. It's time for you to realize that the world is bigger than what it seems from your well. Oni! Giri! With ferocious force, Zoro unleashed his attack, but to his astonishment, Mihawk effortlessly halted all 3 katanas with the tip of his knife. Zoro! Luffy voiced out, as the bounty hunters exclaimed in disbelief. Brothers Onigiri was stopped. His signature move that always sends his opponents flying was stopped. I can't move. There hasn't been a single man who could see through that move until now. So how can he stop me with that toy? This is ridiculous. That's impossible. Why are we different? It's not possible for the world to be this far away. Unable to comprehend the defeat of his strongest technique, Zoro's frustration boiled over into a frenzy of strikes, each one effortlessly parried by Mihawk's precise movements. There shouldn't be such a vast distance between us. There can't be. Zoro's thoughts raced as he relentlessly pressed forward. Come on, bro! Yosaku and Johnny urged on with a shout. Show him what you're really made of! Observing his attack, Mihawk comments calmly. Such ferocity. He's easily taking on Roronoa Zoro's 3 swords with that little thing. Krieg's men pondered in awe. With all of his willpower, Zoro pressed on. I didn't train so hard until today, just to fight against the stupid little toy. I trained to win. I came to beat this man. The weight of his promise to Quina weighed heavily in his mind, driving him forward against insurmountable odds. He cherished her unwavering dream of mastering the sword, vowing to make his name soar to celestial heights. Even across the seas his legend spread, striking terror into pirates' hearts. It was at that moment when he met the bounty hunters, Yosaku and Johnny, who agreed to work together in their line of business. Mihawk, sensing Zoro's inner turmoil, questioned him further. What burdens you so? What do you desire at the extent of your strength? Weakling? Infuriated by the insult, Johnny and Yosaku moved to intervene. How dare you call our bro a weakling? We ought to teach you a lesson, you bastard! But Luffy held them back with a tight grip. Stop, Yosaku! Johnny, don't interfere! Stay put, right here! Luffy, Usopp pondered. With a swift motion, Mihawk's knife sent Zoro crashing to the deck below, but even when he was put into his place, Zoro refused to yield and held on to the wooden floorboards. He recalled the time when he met Luffy. At that moment, he made a promise to become the world's strongest swordsman, to be a future member of the Pirate King's crew. Tora! Giri! But before his strike could land, Mihawk moved with blinding speed, and with his knife, he stabbed Zoro in the chest. Luffy and the bounty hunters watched helplessly as blood seeped from Zoro's wound, staining the deck with crimson. But Zoro remained steadfast, refusing to yield even in the face of certain defeat. Do you wish for me to pierce your heart thus? Mihawk said calmly and yet somewhat curious. Why do you refuse to step back? Beats me, he replied. Not really sure myself, but I get the feeling that if I were to take even one step back right now, I'd lose something very important to me. A promise or oath, or whatever it is, would be irreversibly broken, and that I'd never be able to return back to where I'm standing now. Yes, such is defeat. Then that's why I can't step back, he muffled. Mihawk's curiosity probed him further as he questioned, even if it means your death? I'd much rather die, Zoro declared. Impressed by the swordsman's conviction, Mihawk withdrew his knife from his chest. Kid, tell me your name. With his 3 swords forming a circle, Zoro met his gaze as he answered, "Roronoa, Zoro." With a solemn nod, Mihawk drew his legendary black blade. "I shall remember it, for your strength is not oft seen in this world, and to pay my respect to you as a fellow swordsman, I shall end this duel with my black sword, the world's strongest sword." "He unsheathed it!" Krieg's men erupted in cries of alarm. "That sword he used to cut our ship with!" Zoro's thoughts raced as he prepared for the inevitable. So this is it, the final blow. If I miss here, I'll die, to be the world's strongest swordsman, or die here and now. "Die!" Mihawk's voice thundered as he lunged directly at him. "Bro, that's enough! Stop!" But Zoro was not one to go down without a fight. With a roar that echoed across the sea, he unleashed his own devastating technique, spinning all 3 of his swords in a whirlwind of steel. "Sentoryu Ugi! Sanzen Sekai!" Then, with a resounding clash, the unthinkable happened. 2 of Zoro's swords snapped off in pieces, leaving him defenseless against Mihawk's relentless assault. "I lost. I'm no match for him. Never even thought about the possibility of losing. So this is the strength of the world's strongest." With a heavy heart, Zoro retrieved his white katana from his mouth and sheathed it in his case. He stood tall before Mihawk, his chest bared and arms outstretched, ready to accept his fate. "What?" Blood trickled from Zoro's lips as he spoke. "A wound on one's back is the shame of a swordsman. Splendid." Mihawk's blade fell with a swift and decisive blow, slashing Zoro's chest with a single strike. "Zoro!" As Zoro began to fall, the darkness began to overwhelm him as Mihawk's focused gaze lingered his thoughts. "Don't rush to death so fast, young one." Luffy, Usopp, Johnny, and Yosaku stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with horror at the sight of Zoro's grievous defeat. "Zoro, bro." As he smoked, Sanji murmured to himself, "Why? This is the power of the Grand Line, the power of the world," the Krieg pirate said in awe. "Even pirate hunter Zoro couldn't come close." Sanji's mind raced as he remembered Zoro's earlier words about ambition and his attachment to life. That damn bastard's out of his mind. His enemy was the world's strongest. The result is obvious, he thought. If it's gonna mean your death, then just throw your ambitions away. "It's simple," Sanji exclaimed with frustration. "Just throw away that ambition." As he said those words, Zoro's limp body slipped from the deck and plunged into the unforgiving depths below. "Damn it!" Luffy roared as he swinged his fist back. "Bro!" Johnny and Yosaku cried out, diving into the ocean after their fallen comrade. With his left hand stretching out towards Mihawk, Luffy said with rage, "Damn you!" His fist rushed past the infamous swordsman and gripped on the galleon's guardrail. Sanji's and the cook's jaws plummeted. "What's that?" Enraged, Luffy launched himself at Mihawk, but the seasoned swordsman effortlessly dodged the attack with a calculating stance. "That brat, he must be a devil fruit user," Don Krieg and his men observed. Mihawk then looked at the rubbery combatant as he crashed. "A comrade of the young swordsman? So you've also witnessed what just transpired?" He mused aloud, leaving him tangled in the wreckage. As Luffy got his head unstuck, the swordsman continued, "Fear not, that man is still alive. Bro, answer us, bro!" From the depths of the sea, Yosaku and Johnny emerged from the waters, cradling Zoro by the shoulder. To their relief, Zoro stirred, coughing up blood as he struggled to find air. "Zoro, hurry up and get him on the boat!" Johnny urged, his hands shaking as he lifted Zoro's limp form onto their small vessel. As the chaos unfolded, Mihawk announced himself. "I am Dracule Mihawk. It is much too early for you to die. Know thyself, know thy world, and become strong, Roronoa." Usopp rushed to the bounty hunter's aid as he pulled out his equipment. "Hurry! Apply the medicine on his wounds." Mihawk continued. "No matter how many months or years pass by, I shall stand here at the top of the world and wait for you. So forge on ahead with that fierce conviction and try to surpass my sword. Surpass me, Roronoa? Bro, answer me." Zeph watched the drama unfold as he comments. To think that Mihawk would say such a thing. The world's strongest swordsman then turned to Luffy. "Boy, what do you aim for?" he inquired. Luffy's response was immediate, declaring proudly, "Pirate King." Mihawk chuckled softly. "A tough path indeed," he remarked, "even tougher than surpassing myself." Unfazed by the daunting challenge ahead, Luffy stuck out his tongue defiantly. "Whatever, I'm gonna do it anyways," he exclaimed, turning to his crewmate with urgency. "Usopp, is Zoro all right?" Tending his wounds, he answered, "Like hell he'd be all right, but he is still alive. He only lost his consciousness." "Bro, please answer us." Then, in a moment that held the entire group in rapt attention, Zoro lifted his blade weakly into the air with his back against the ship. "Luffy, can you hear me?" "Yeah," he added. Zoro's words came out in a pained rasp. "Sorry for worrying you. I know that if I don't become the world's strongest swordsman, it will only embarrass you," he confessed, blood staining his lips. "Bro, please don't talk anymore, bro!" Johnny and Yosaku pleaded. But with tears streaming down his face, Zoro refused to be silenced. With a fierce shout, he vowed, "I swear that I'm never going to lose again. Until the day I fight him and win, I swear to never lose again. Any problems? Pirate King?" Luffy smiled. "Nope." "You make a good team," Mihawk observed. "I'd like to see you two again, sometime in the future." But before the swordsman could make his departure, a new voice announced himself. "Hawkeyes!" Krieg's booming voice echoed across the deck, stopping Mihawk in his tracks. "Did you come all the way out here for my head? The head of the infamous ruler of the East Blue, Don Krieg?" Mihawk's response was measured. "For a while, yes, but I've enjoyed myself here, and so I'll return back to my nap." "No need to be so curt," Krieg pressed further. "You may have had your fun, but I've sure haven't." As tension crackled in the air, Krieg's men voiced their confusion and concern. "Don, why? Why is he purposely trying to prevent that man from leaving?" Enraged by Mihawk's nonchalant attitude, Krieg made a desperate move, unleashing his cannons in a last-ditch effort to hold the swordsman captive. "How about you die before leaving?" he bellowed, firing his bullets at him. However, Mihawk looked at him with disappointment. "You never learn, do you? Farewell." With a swift motion, the swordsman unleashed another devastating blow, shattering what remained of Krieg's once proud vessel and sending a towering wave crashing over the wreckage. In the chaos that followed, Krieg stood defiant, his gaze fixed on the spot where Mihawk had once stood. Gone already," he muttered as Luffy quickly grabbed the guardrail of the floating restaurant. "Usopp, go on ahead!" he instructed with a loud, clear voice. "All right," he replied. "Zoro and I'll definitely bring Nami back, so you make sure to get us a cook." With a swift motion, he tossed Luffy's iconic straw hat back to its rightful owner. "Once we have 5 people in our crew, let's head to the Grand Line." "Yeah, let's!" With a final glance at their fallen comrade, Usopp and the bounty hunters drifted away in the unforgiving horizon. Meanwhile, Sanji watched warily as Don Krieg and his men prepared to attack. "They're finally coming," he muttered. "Damn pests." Holding onto his straw hat, he placed it on his head and asked, "Hey, old man, if I chase them away from you, will you let me off the hook?" "Fine," Zeph admitted. Do as you wish." With his arms crossed, Don Krieg stood on the deck of his broken ship. "Well, that was a bit of a nuisance, but it's nothing," he declared. "We were originally planning on abandoning this ship anyways, so who cares if it's been destroyed?" He then focused his attention to the vessel nearby to his men. "Look at that goofy-looking ship. If we have that boat, we needn't fear Evan the Grand Line anymore. Having that ship will be more effective than hanging a white flag or pretending to be Marines," he explained. "It'll lower the enemy's guards and we'll be able to sneak closer to enemy ships than ever before. It'll be the perfect disguise for us." "I see," one of his crewmates pondered. "Nobody would ever suspect that they'd be pirates lying in wait on such a stupid-looking ship like that." The captain agreed, looking menacingly at the ship. "This era is teeming with pirates on every ocean. Rebuilding our pirate fleet will be a piece of cake." But doubt crept in as one of his men questioned, But Don, when we go back to the Grand Line, what if we were to come across another monster like that Hawkeye's?" Before he could finish his sentence, Krieg silenced him and shot him dead with his gun. The crew gasped in horror as their comrade fell. "You're still afraid of that bastard?" Krieg roared. "Do you really think a normal person can just cut down a gigantic galleon?" His words hung heavy in the air as his crew stood frozen in fear. What do you mean by that, Don?" they stammered. But Krieg paid them no heed. "Isn't it obvious that he's got some strange power from a devil fruit?" he pressed. The Admiral then clenched his fist and explained, "Devil fruit users, who we've only heard of in legends and in hearsay. The Grand Line is full of them. There's no doubt that the hawk-eyed man used some strange power when cutting our ship. Even that straw hat-wearing punk there with his weird ability is just another run-of-the-mill pirate in the Grand Line. But Red-Leg Zeph spent an entire year sailing in the Grand Line, meaning he must have found some method to deal with those monsters. And that method's written down in his travel log for sure. There might even be information on the One Piece in his log as well." His revelation sparked a fire within his crew. "As expected from our Don Krieg. So that's how it was. All we gotta do is get our hands on that log, and all the treasures of this world are ours for the taking. All right, you bastards, let's take over that restaurant. Yeah!" Luffy's eyes widened with excitement. "Wow! They're all fired up to fight, too," he exclaimed, as the pirate turned his gaze towards Zeph. "Hey, old man, it's a promise, right?" "You don't have to ask me twice," the head chef replied. "My restaurant would become a wreck if I let you work here for a full year anyways." Looking around the area, Sanji scanned the deck. "Where's Patty and Karn?" "They're busy with the battle preparations," one of the cooks replied. "Those guys sure are reliable in times like these." "Only in times like these. You better go to the control room and open up the fins," Sanji commanded. "What? You sure? That'll give our enemy a foothold." "Doesn't matter." Sanji's eyes took on a steely glint as he pivoted towards Zeph. "The geezer won't shut up if we fight inside the restaurant." "You say something, brat?" Zeph challenged. "Yeah, I said you won't shut up," Sanji shot back, while the cook sprinted to the control room. "On it right away!" With a thunderous roar, the Krieg pirates charged at the restaurant. "Hand that ship to us, you pathetic cooks!" "Let's get things started," Luffy declared, his voice ringing out above the chaos. Gripping the guardrail tightly, he stretched his muscles back, proclaiming, "Gomu! Gomu, no! Rocket!" With a mighty leap, Luffy soared towards the oncoming pirates. "He's flying right towards us!" The pirates exclaimed with shock, but Luffy was too quick for them as he vastly approached them in the air. Followed by Scythe! Extending his arms wide open, Luffy bulldozed the pirates head-on upon impact, forcing them to crash against the open sea. "That errand boy ain't bad," the cooks praised, while Sanji just watched in awe. "So the Grand Line is teeming with guys like him?" Luffy then tightly latched himself onto one of the galleon's sturdy wooden masts. With an annoyed face, he turned to the Admiral and said, "I'll send those ungrateful crooks like you flying." But Krieg laughed at his expense. "Planning on fighting here where you can't even stand properly? I've heard that devil fruit users are weak against the sea. Is that right, Hammer Boy?" "I can't swim, but in return I can stretch," Luffy retorted. Before the confrontation could escalate further, Patty and Karn stormed onto the scene, their voices booming with authority. "Take off! Baratie's naval weapon, Shabagashira #1. If you don't want it to die, then get the hell out of our way." As the floating restaurant detached itself from its moorings, a surreal transformation occurred. The fish head at the forefront of the establishment unfurled from the vessel, unveiling a white carp paddle boat adorned with crimson, red fins which concealed 2 cannons within its wide-open jaws. Luffy could hardly contain his excitement. "Damn, that's so cool! The restaurant's head is moving? What? What the hell is that?" As they both paddled, the 2 cooks engaged in a heated exchange. "Hey, pedal properly!" "No, you pedal faster," Patty retorted, as Karn shot back. "I'm already pedaling. You're the one who has to pedal faster if we want to turn left." The cooks went at it. "Yeah, I know, dumbass. Just shut the hell up, you bald-headed freak." As the paddle boat rotated towards Krieg's men, they declared with a shout, "Full speed ahead! Faster! Faster! Faster!" But the pirates were ill-prepared for the onslaught that awaited them, for the naval ship quickly approached them. "Oh, shit! Fire! Roger!" The cannons erupted, sending shockwaves through the air as explosions rocked the sea. "Nice one, Patty! Karn, go get them!" The cooks cheered, as one of them pulled a wooden lever in the control room, announcing, "Raising the fins!" "What is it this time?" Krieg pondered aloud, his eyes scanning the unfolding scene while Luffy clung to the mast with panic. "I'm sinking!" Yet amidst the chaos, Sanji remained composed. "If you pirates want to fight, then bring it." "What's that?" one of the submerged pirates questioned with alarm. "A platform appeared from below the sea." Emerging from the depths of the sea, the sinuous fins of the mysterious creature gracefully intertwined with the Baratie, seamlessly connecting 2 expansive wooden platforms to the vessel. One stretched towards the prow, while the other nestled at the stern, effectively extending the battleground and offering ample space to fight the opposing pirates without destroying the interior of the restaurant. "Cool!" Luffy exclaimed with glee, while Don Krieg remarked, "I see. They don't want us fighting inside and destroying the restaurant. All the better for us when we take that ship. Now I want that ship even more." One by one, the cooks readied themselves as they each took their post around the front of the ship. The pirates, however, sneered at the perceived insignificance of their opponents. "Just what the hell can a couple of measly cooks do against us pirates?" they scoffed. Undeterred, the cooks rose to the challenge. "Don't you dare look down on us cooks of the sea! Come on, show them the power of fighting cooks!" Patty paddled, as Karn retorted, "Patty, now's not the time to be distracted. We've got to aim for him." Together, they steered their vessel towards Don Krieg head-on. "Prepare yourself, Krieg! Allow us to demonstrate the power of Baratie's pride. Become soup for the fishies!" they declared in unison, firing their cannons straight at their adversary. But their efforts were met with unexpected resistance. With a single hand, Krieg halted their advance. "What? We're not moving!" "I'm Don Krieg, the man who'll rule all the world's oceans." "Hey, that'll be me," Luffy retorted, but Krieg paid him little heed as he continued with a shout, "I ain't got time to play around with the likes of you!" With a display of strength that left them dumbfounded, Krieg hurled their vessel towards the floating restaurant. "What? What strength?" Sanji sighed at his co-workers. "All talk and no substance. Useless bastards." Crap! We're gonna crash into the restaurant! With a swift motion, Sanji leaped into action. He then swung his left leg and kicked the naval ship away from the restaurant. Sanji! The cook said with awe, as Krieg's eyes widened in shock. He kicked it! Smoking his cigarette, Sanji basked in the moment and smiled at his foes. The air crackled with tension as the naval ship crashed into the wooden floorboards of the restaurant's fins. The Krieg pirates stumbled their thoughts as they stopped their fighting for a brief moment. What strength! They stammered. He kicked away that weird-ass ship. Zeph watched in silence as Krieg churned his thoughts. That kicking technique, not bad, Luffy added on, while the two cooks bursted from the wreckage of the naval ship. Sanji, you trying to kill your own side? Sanji's gaze met Patty and Karna's accusing stares. Yeah. Did your brains become boiled into stew, you retard? You almost lost two powerful fighters, you spaghetti head! Patty's cutting remark reverberated, matched only by Karn's contemptuous glare. Powerful? Even if you hold weapons, a cook's still a cook. So why don't you scram into some other kitchen on land? Don't compare us to other pirates you've crossed before. We're pirates of Don Krieg, the ruler of the East Blue. In the wake of the brutal onslaught, the chefs struggled to comprehend the strength of their adversaries. Shit, these guys are strong. They're nothing like the other pirates that we've been able to beat before. Trying to provide some common sense, Patty and Karn rallied them with a shout. Are you gonna let them beat you that easily? And you call yourselves fightin' cooks? As Krieg's men advanced with their swords and axes, the two cooks stood their ground, wielding their large forks defiantly. So what if you're fighting cooks? We fight for a living, so just quietly hand this boat over to us. 10 years since I became a cook, and 300 restaurants I've gone to. In every single one of them, I'd get into fights, and they'd refuse to hire me. Those days were rough. Karn then added to Patty's words. After searching and searching, we finally came to this restaurant. Here, whether it be fighting or cooking, we can do it as much as we want. There ain't another place as good as this ship, as if we'd hand it over to you pirate scum. With their large forks raised, Patty and Karn launched themselves into battle, their weapons swinging with practiced precision. The Krieg pirates were caught off guard by the ferocity of the fighting cooks. What's up with these guys? Some of the goons exclaimed in disbelief. This is the power of the fightin' cooks of the sea! Patty and Karn roared as they charged forward, driving back their foes. The clash of swords and cries of combat echoed across the wooden deck of the ship as Krieg's men fought valiantly against the relentless assault of their adversaries. As they disposed their enemies, one after the other, a large spherical shield urged closer to the wooden floorboards of the ship. Suddenly, a figure with fiery red hair hopped onto the scene and commanded the attention of his men. The hell are you guys doing? Patty and Karn exchanged uncertain glances, wary of this new opponent. Who's this guy? They muttered curiously. Before they could react, they were met with a devastating attack from the newcomer, his iron plates gleaming menacingly. Behold, he declared, my invincible iron wall. Pearl! His name was Iron Wall Pearl, the 2nd Division commander of the Krieg pirates, a formidable force to be reckoned with. His towering frame was encased in iron-plated body armor with large shields protecting him in every side, including his fists, each centered with a heavy rainbow pearl. Patty! Karn! Yelled one of the cooks. You all right? Blood dripping from his shields, Pearl boasted in his efforts. You won't be standing after my lethal punch. You just got a good taste of my special pearl present. As Patty laid helpless on the floorboard, a pirate snatched his knife. Hey, look! This guy's got a damn fine knife on him. Don't mind if I do. This should cut better than my knife, he sneered, only to find the chef still holding onto it. Hey, let go, the pirate said with annoyance. Let go of your damn knife, just frickin' die already. Without hesitation, Sanji intervened with a swift kick. Pearl observed as the pirate careened backward, colliding with a cluster of his own crewmates before finally slamming into the protective barrier of his own making. Sanji caught Patty's knife, while the chefs remarked, "No matter how many times I see it, his kicks are amazing." "A kitchen knife is the soul of a cook," Sanji lectured the pirate. "It's not something an amateur like you should even think about touching." The cook then passed the knife over to Patty. "Here. Now make sure you kick the bucket for good this time. I'll handle the rest." "Handle my ass! You're just a cook! You think you can take us pirates on?" the pirates taunted. Lowering his body, Sanji vanished from their sight. "What?" The cook swiftly dropped to the wooden floorboards and then planted his hands firmly on the deck. Moving his hands, Sanji's body began to twirl and instinctively kicking his foes with each rotation. "Just a cook?" Sanji's voice dripped with menace. "I'll kill you, scum." Pearl laughed mockingly. "To beat up all of them using only feet. You strike me as a rather lazy guy. Or is that your policy?" "A cook's hands are his life. I can't risk fighting with them," Sanji explained calmly. "But don't worry, my feet will be more than enough to take you down." "You take me down?" Pearl jested. "I'm afraid that just ain't happening. In the last 61 fights I've been in, I've won them all without even so much as a scratch on me. You may protect your hands in a fight, but I fight while protecting my entire body. I've never even lost a single drop of blood in all the fights I've been in. Not one single drop." Pearl clashed his arm shields as he continued. "That's proof of my invincible strength. That's why they call me the Krieg Pirates' Iron Wall Pearl, and my iron defense has got quite the fashion sense. Ain't I stylish?" Luffy observed from a distance, baffled by Pearl's bravado. "What's with him?" But Krieg's attention was solely on Luffy. "Straw Hat!" he bellowed, swinging his deadly weapon. "You'll get hurt if you look away in a fight!" As the tension mounted on the deck, the Admiral's decisive move came in the form of a chained ball hurtling through the air. With precision, he aimed at his target. However, the spiked ball missed its mark, instead crashing into the mast below where Luffy clung desperately. In an instant, wood splintered and shattered under the force of the blow. The Admiral swiftly reeled in his weapon, his unwavering gaze fixed firmly on his prey. "Die!" Sensing an opening, he wasted no time, unleashing a second strike that found its mark. The impact reverberated through the air as Luffy was struck mid-air, the clash of metal against flesh echoing across the battleground. "All right, that's enough talk from you." Sanji stepped forward, challenging Pearl by launching a powerful kick towards him. "I'd like to see you try to fight me without getting hurt." Yet, Pearl's boastful claims seemed to hold true as he effortlessly deflected Sanji's attack with his arm shield. "I can even withstand a direct blast from a battleship cannon. No matter the attack, I'm impenetrable." Luffy slammed against Pearl's head from behind, forcing him to rebound against his own shield. Luffy staggered to his feet, brushing off the collision with nonchalance. "That was close. Glad I didn't fall into the ocean," he remarked casually, though his eyes betrayed a hint of confusion as he surveyed the scene. "Huh?" Pearl stood frozen for a moment, a drop of blood trickling down his forehead. Krieg, the commander, watched in dismay as his men erupted into panicked shouts. "Shit! It's blood! Oh, shit!" The commander fell on his knees as he pondered the substance that trickled down his nose. "Blood? Pearl, it's fine!" Krieg's men bellowed. "It's just a little nosebleed. Everyone get those! You haven't really been hurt at all! So just calm down, Pearl!" The battered cooks just looked at him with a curious look. Pearl's face began to contort in a crooked smile, panicking for his own well-being. "My iron wall was broken through. These guys are dangerous." "The hell's up with him?" Sanji asked. Luffy then picked his nose and added on, "It's just a little nosebleed." "Pearl, stop it! Krieg demanded. "There's no need to go wild over a damn nosebleed. This ain't the jungle." "Something's happening." The cooks watched, as suddenly the commander clashed his iron shields against each other. "I'm in danger! I'm in danger! Pearl, calm down!" The pirates persisted, but the comment didn't get through to him. "Danger!" In a frenzied burst, Pearl ignites his armor, transforming himself into a blazing cyclone of flames by striking the pearls embedded in his shields. "Fire! Crap! He's doing that thing he learned to do while growing up in the jungle!" the pirates explained in worry. Back in the jungle full of wild beasts, every time Pearl felt that he was in danger, he has a habit of lighting a fire. "What?" the cooks stammered. "It's his defense tactic against beasts." With his arms proudly in the air, the fire around Pearl crackled with no sign of high burns. He then shouted, "Don't you dare get close to me! Fire pearls, special treat!" The commander then waved his hand at Luffy and Sanji, as small fireball projectiles fired towards the two individuals. However, the fire pearl created started to burn his crewmates around him. "Hot! Hot! Hot! Please stop, Pearl!" Many of the chefs become frightened and warn their co-workers. "Crap! Our ship's gonna catch on fire!" "Burn!" Pearl declared. "With my flame shield, my iron wall is now even more invincible!" Don Krieg observed from afar, witnessing the catastrophe of his crew's rationality. "That damn idiot! Is he trying to burn down the very ship we're trying to steal into cinders?" Sanji gritted his teeth as Luffy ran to distinguish the fire behind his back. "Hot! Hot! Hot!" As the flames danced eagerly across the weathered wooden floorboards of the floating restaurant, its orange glow casting an eerie sense of doom within the area. "Shit! Fire in the front and the ocean to the back! We've got no place to run to!" With no place to go, Krieg's men saw this and quickly tried to jump back into the sea. "Hot! I can't take it anymore!" they proclaim. "Jump into the sea!" Pearl continued his outburst. "Can't get near me! Can you?" "That dumbass!" Sanji rushed in against him. With a shout, Patty tried to warn him as he caught his breath. "Sanji, you dumbass! You'll get burnt to a crisp!" "Patty, stay back!" a cook told him, trying to hold him back from the flames. In an instant, Sanji's swift reflexes propelled him skyward, effortlessly clearing the fiery obstacle before him. With a graceful pivot mid-air, he redirected his momentum. "Don't you dare burn this restaurant down!" As he turned, he swung his leg upon impact, but Pearl blocked it with his arm shield. Some of Krieg's pirates' crew just watched with their mouths dropped. Talk about reckless! Does he want to be burned alive? Retreating back safely, Sanji lighted his cigarette with Pearl's flames as his opponent continued to boast from his defense. "How? How could you attack me, the fire pearl that wild beasts won't even approach?" With a puff of smoke, he replied, "Idiot! How could a chef ever cook if he is afraid of fire?" The fiery commander then raced towards him enraged, leaning in for an attack with shields. "Damn you! Why, you dandy son of a... Fire Pearl's present!" Pearl stretched his right arm forward, but to his surprise, the attack missed him. Sanji instantly made a counterattack and placed his hands on the ship, swinging his legs directly onto Pearl's face. "He got him!" the pirates exclaimed. "He slipped past Pearl's iron defense! Who is this cook? He's serious trouble!" The commander fell with a loud crash as the large iron-plated shields scraped the surface of the fin. My face!" Consumed with rage, Pearl unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles. "Danger! He's too dangerous! More fire! More fire, Pearls!" The strike wasn't meant for Luffy and Sanji. Its target was the esteemed head chef, positioned steadfastly at the restaurant's entrance. "He's planning to burn down this restaurant!" the cooks cried out. "This place is a goner if the fire spreads to the kitchen! Sir, run away!" Zeph held his ground as the fiery orbs hurtled toward him. With a practiced ease, he halted their advance with a single sweep of his peg leg, quenching the flames as if snuffing out candles in a breeze. Undeterred, the head chef remarked, "I may have lost a leg, but this much is nothing I can't handle," he declared. "What? That's incredible, sir," the cooks praised. "He put out the fire with the wind blast created from his kick. Holy crap! Maybe Redleg Zeph still got it." "Old man, that's amazing," Luffy admired, as Krieg simply had enough. "That idiot Pearl's more trouble than he's worth. Before that fire spreads to the rest of the restaurant, I'll sink those fines." With his chained, iron-spiked ball, he then threw it in the air, forcing it to land on the wooden fins of the floating restaurant. "Sanji, watch out! It's no good! He's surrounded by flames!" Sanji looked at the object with surprise, realizing he couldn't move away from Krieg's weapon. But suddenly Luffy ran through the arena of flames. "Hot! Hot! Hot! Errand boy!" With his arms stretched back, Luffy announced, "Gomu! Gomu no! Bazooka!" The iron ball clashed against Luffy's attack and repelled it with much force away from the restaurant. As Luffy quickly brushed off his hands, Don Krieg watched in utter shock. "He hit it back," his men said alarmingly. The spiked ball instead destroys Don Krieg's mast, which falls over and subsequently leans over Pearl's direction. Luffy and Sanji quickly dodged the mast as it landed directly on the commander's head, rendering him unconscious. "Pearl!" Luffy and Sanji exchanged puzzled glances at the fallen commander. "What's up with this dude?" "Maybe he's mentally ill," Luffy mused. Don Krieg sighed from his defeat. "Useless idiots. In the end, the only one I can count on is me." But while they were fighting, Zeph fell onto the ground and a voice spoke behind him. "Please stop fighting, Sanji. I don't want to end up killing you." They quickly looked behind to see Gin, Krieg's right-hand man, pressing down Zeph with his foot. A shotgun aimed squarely at the owner's head. Gin, you!" Gin stood tall, his gun trained on Zeph, who lay helpless on the ground. "No matter how great of a man he may have been in the past, he's just another cook that I can easily kill at gunpoint now," he sneered. With a snap of his wooden peg leg, Gin demonstrated his dominance and broke Zeph's leg. "Why, that bastard! He broke owner Zeph's peg leg!" Patty exclaimed as Karn added on, "Son of a—" Luffy's blood boiled at the sight of the old man's desperate situation and was ready to throw arms at him. "That's it! I'm gonna send him flying!" "Wait!" Sanji intervened with a commanding voice, stopping his tracks. "Let's see what he has to say first." "You want to save this man, don't you, Sanji?" Gin warned him. "Then leave this ship." "Thank God. Who knows what would have happened if Pearl continued his rampage?" The pirates pondered, while floating on the sea level. "Looks like he's been put down for now." But Sanji simply replied, "Leave this ship? As if." Krieg watched silently while the other cooks pleaded with Sanji to reconsider. "Sanji, you idiot! Don't provoke him anymore or owner Zeph will be—" Undeterred, Sanji challenged his mentor. "Old man, you're pathetic," he spat. "That's the kind of example you set when the other cooks are trying to fight." "I don't need to hear that from a little eggplant like you," Zeph growled. But Sanji's temper wore thin and bursted with a shout. "Who you calling a little eggplant, you damn geezer?" Sanji shot back. "You can't treat me as a kid forever." "Sanji, you idiot, now's not the time for this," the cooks called out. "You're not trying to get owner Zeph killed now, are you?" Ignoring their pleas, Sanji turned his attention to the pirate. "Gin, take your gun and point it at me." "Are you stupid? You'll die instead," Luffy interjected, but the cook calmly dismissed it. "Whatever." "What are you saying, Sanji?" Gin was taken aback by the chef's words, questioning. "Sanji, but why?" Pearl surged forward from behind. If you want to die so badly, then I'll kill you nice and flashy. I'd never have imagined even in my dreams that I, Ironwall Pearl, would be given a double nosebleed in a single fight. I see now how dangerous you guys are. Now don't move if you don't want that old man's head to be blown off." With a menacing charge, Pearl launched himself toward Sanji, intent on delivering a devastating blow. Ultranatural, Pearl present! As Pearl's attack connected, Sanji made no attempt to dodge or counter. Instead, he bore the brunt of the Pearl, crashing into the exterior of the restaurant. "Sanji!" Luffy cried out, but the commander sneered in satisfaction. "How dare you tarnish my invincible battle record?" he taunted. "You!" Luffy lunged forward, his anger boiling over, but Sanji held him back. "Don't lay a finger on him, errand boy!" Sanji warned him, with a firm voice. "Why didn't you dodge that?" Leaning against the wall for support, Sanji offered an explanation. "'Cause that damn geezer is held at gunpoint by him. Gin, you son of a bitch. There's no way I'll accept your conditions." With his gun still trained on Zeph, Gin reiterated his demand. "Why not? It's simple. Just leave this ship, and you can spare everyone's lives. All you have to do is leave." But Sanji stared him down and declared, "This ship is the geezer's treasure." Gin was taken aback by his words, as the chefs contemplate from the sidelines. "Sanji, I thought Sanji hated the owner." Sanji offered clarity. "I took everything away from that damn geezer, his strength, his dreams, which is why I don't want him to lose anything else." "Damn pipsqueak," Zeph said sharply. "Now's not the time to ramble on ancient history." "Shut up!" Sanji snapped. "And I told you not to treat me as a damn kid anymore." Patty's warning interrupted the tense standoff. "Sanji, watch out!" Before Sanji could react, Pearl seized the opportunity and widened his arm shields, slamming it against the cook's head with brutal force. "Pearl! Close!" "Sanji!" the cooks cried out. But all they could do was watch as Sanji's body fell to the extended deck. With a mocking gesture, Pearl gloated over his victory. "Your story's got nothing to do with me. Service Pearl!" The commander then slammed his shields to the deck and propelled himself up into the air with a powerful thrust, leaving the cooks stuttering in shock. Luffy turns to Gin with a grim expression. "This is dirty, Gin! This is how we fight!" Gin countered. "This is your fault anyways. All you need is to hand over the ship to us and I'd be over." "Sanji, move!" However, the cook looked at Gin, who still held his finger on the trigger. Pearl halts in midair, hurtling toward Sanji's prone form. "Tarnished silver! Present!" But it was too late. With a thunderous crash, Pearl slams his massive iron-plated defense against his beaten body. "Damn it!" they cursed with despair, while the commander triumphantly rose to his feet and declared, "Behold my iron wall!" "He took everything away from the owner," the chefs lamented, their voices filled with disbelief. "Just what the hell happened to Sanji?" Unable to move, a few words echoed in Sanji's mind as he laid there helplessly. "All blue? Yup. Don't you know? That's the name of the legendary sea." 9 years ago, under the tranquil embrace of the sea's gentle sway, the passenger ship gracefully glided across the waves. Gracing its bow was an exquisite figurehead of a large bottle, symbolizing the orbit's commitment to offering its passengers a delightful cruise experience. Within the ship's kitchen, Sanji, a young cook in training, engaged in earnest conversation with his seasoned mentors. "You dumb head, of course we know it," the chefs bantered. "As cooks of the sea, it's the ocean that we've all dreamed of." Sanji beamed with enthusiasm as he replied, "Yeah, it's amazing, and I'm going to search for that ocean and find it one day." Relaxing against the kitchen surfaces, the 3 chefs chuckled from the boy's response. "Oh, you're going to be searching, all right. A legend's a legend. You can't find something that doesn't exist. It exists, Sanji insisted, but one of his senior chefs continued, just think. East blue, west blue, north blue, south blue. The various types of fish found in each of those 4 seas are supposedly all found in the all blue. If a sea like that really existed, then it would truly be paradise for cooks like us, he explained. You could gather all the ingredients of the world's oceans in one place. It'd be the ultimate cooking grounds for a chef. Now that's an ocean worth risking your life searching for, but that's only if it really exists. There's no way such a fantastic ocean like the all blue could be real. Just use your head a little and you'll understand. It's all a big lie cooked up by a dreamer cook. As the conversation wound down, the chefs returned to their duties. All right, that's enough foolish talk. Let's get back to work. Sanji, bring the plates. It's time to wash them. Sanji's brow furrowed as he obediently began clearing the plates. The other chefs, however, seemed unfazed as they indulged in the leftover food the customers didn't finish. Oh man, what a waste. Look at all the leftovers, one of them remarked, digging into the discarded dishes. Damn, they barely touched this stuff. And I was so confident about this dish. The recent guests are too wasteful. Sanji's disgust was evident as he chastised his companions. Knock it off, guys. Stop eating the leftovers, he scolded. I just threw out some of the ingredients that looked like they went bad. We've got plenty of food anyways. Not only that, we're going to be arriving at the port in just 2 days. But his words fell on deaf ears as one of the chefs teased him. It's because you say stuff like that, you're still just a kid. Don't forget that we're cooks of the sea. You never know just what might happen on the seas. Never a bad idea to be a little frugal. He then dangled a half-eaten fish in front of him. So what do you say? Want some? No! Sanji exclaimed, rejecting the offer vehemently. As tension mounted on the ship and storm clouds gathered overhead, the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, the commotion on deck intensified, and panicked shouts filled the air. Everyone, please calm down! The captain's voice boomed over the chaos, cutting through the panic like a knife. Sanji turned to his seniors, his eyes wide with fear. What's going on? The cook grasped Sanji's shirt urgently, his expression grave. Pirates! There's a pirate ship headed this way! Pirates? On the horizon, another ship loomed into view, its ominous silhouette casting a shadow over the already troubled waters. As the ship drew closer, the figure of a man could be seen standing proudly on its deck, his presence commanding respect and fear in equal measure. With his arms crossed and a fierce glint in his eye, the pirate captain surveyed his surroundings with a sense of authority. He commanded, "Prepare to board the ship." "Yes, Captain," came the resounding reply from his crew. It was none other than the legendary captain of the Cook Pirates, Red Leg Zeph. The passenger ship rocked violently as waves crashed against its sides, dwarfed by the imposing galleon of the Cook Pirates. Panic spread among the crew and passengers as they recognized the infamous vessel. Pirates! That ship is. It's the Cook Pirates. That's Red Leg Zeph's ship. He came back from the Grand Line. With a sinister grin, Red Leg Zeph and his crew boarded the ship with little to no resistance. You must be the captain of these pirates. Red Leg Zeph, the captain of the passenger ship stuttered. What do you want from us? Money, Zeph replied curtly, ordering his men. Take all their valuables down to the last penny. All right, his crew echoed as they launched themselves at them with sheer force. Quickly, they plundered the ship, seizing anything of value, from jewelry to fancy handbags, and even the amount of berries they had, much to the passengers' dismay. But as the sky darkened ominously around them, one of Zeph's men approached him with a worried expression. Captain, if we don't leave soon, we'll get caught up in the storm. I know, Zeph replied, as his men hurriedly assembled their pillaged goods on the deck of the ship. Meanwhile, in the relative safety of the kitchen, Sanji seethed with frustration. "Damn it! I'm not just going to sit still and be killed by those pirates!" Across the deck, Zeph inspected the spoils brought back by his underlings. Something caught his eye, and he frowned in suspicion. "Wait just a second. What's this?" he demanded, pointing at a bag. The pirate responsible cowered before him, stammering out an excuse. "Forgive me, Captain Zeph. I was just a little hungry." With a thunderous kick, he instantly sent the pirate sprawling across the deck. "Don't I always say not to ever lay even a finger on our enemy's food?" he questioned with authority. The chastised pirate muttered a quick apology before slinking away to the ground. "Damn idiot!" As he turned to leave, the air crackled with the sharp voices of his crew. "What's with this kid?" But the boy, Sanji, rose defiantly, brandishing his cooking knives with a courage that belied his youth. "Hey, kid! You shouldn't be swinging around those things. It's dangerous," they taunted. "Look, I'm bleeding. I might be seriously wounded." "Shut up!" Sanji snapped. "Like I'm just going to stand still and let you kill me." "Sanji, no! Don't fight back!" pleaded his fellow cooks, while the ship's staff added on. "Stop it, kid! Don't provoke them any further! Do something about him! He's one of your cooks, isn't he? Sanji, stop!" Despite the pleas of his comrades, Sanji refused to back down, determined to fight for his life. "If the kid wants to die so badly, then kill him already and be done with it," Zeph ordered coldly. But Sanji stood firm to his cause. "It's not like I want to die, but you pirates are going to kill us all anyways," he declared. "So I'll kill you first before you can kill me." With a swift kick, Zeph sent Sanji sprawling across the ship, leaving the cooks in complete horror. Looking at the scene, some of his men contemplated, "Damn! Look at the captain go! He never holds back, does he?" Undeterred, the young boy crawled toward the pirate captain, sinking his teeth into Zeph's leg with a fierce determination. "I'm gonna find the all-blue one day." Hearing this response, Zeph gazed at him quietly for a brief moment, but his crew erupted into mocking laughter. "He said he's gonna find the all-blue. That's quite the dream. Go ahead, Captain, tell him. Tell him that a place like that doesn't exist in the Grand Line." "You idiot," one of the cooks sighed. "Why would you go and talk about that now of all times?" With a swift motion, Zeph delivered a sharp kick to Sanji's side, but the young cook remained defiant. As he lay on the deck, his gaze met Zeph's, unwavering in the face of adversity. "There's no way that I'm going to be killed by stupid pirates like you in a place like this." As the storm clouds gathered ominously overhead, the pirates scrambled to secure their plunder and retreat to the safety of their ship. One of Zeph's men approached him with urgency. "Captain, we have to pull back right away. The coming storm's much bigger than we thought." "All right," he agreed. "Load up all of the loot back to our boat." But before they could enact their escape, disaster struck. A massive wave crashed over the ship, sweeping Sanji overboard in its merciless grip. Without hesitation, Zeph sprang into action. With a swift motion, he broke off a mast and leaped into the raging waters below. "That stupid brat," Zeph muttered, as his crewmates shouted frantically against the storm. "Captain, what are you doing? It's just a stupid little kid! Captain!" Despite their best efforts, it was too late. A monstrous wall of water crashed upon them in an instant, obliterating their vessels and plunging them into chaos. Sanji blinked groggily as consciousness returned, his eyes adjusting to the blinding sunlight dancing upon the vast expanse of the ocean. He found himself sprawled upon a large rock, surrounded by nothing but the calm waves of the sea. "So you woke up, did you little eggplant?" a weathered voice shared. "You're a pretty lucky one, all right." Perched on the edge of the rock, Red Leg Zeph, the captain of the cook pirates, calmly watched the empty horizon. "Pirate!" But his alarming words gave way to his pain, trying to lean himself against a boulder. "Of course you can't move easily. Just whose kick did you think you received?" the captain shared. However, Sanji quickly questioned him. "Where's the ship?" Zeph's expression darkened. "Who knows?" he mused with resignation. "Wouldn't be surprising if your ship sank during that rough storm. But I know my ship has sunk for sure at least. I can tell by the wreckage. I can only be grateful that I didn't see any of my crewmates' dead bodies. In any case," Zeph continued, turning to face Sanji, "the storm was 2 days ago, meaning that you and I are stuck on this god-forsaken rock without a single plant, fruit, or animal to eat. Of course, there's a lot of fish in the ocean, but the side of this rock's been carved out by the waves, so that once you jump down, it'll be impossible to come back up. In other words, we don't have any way to get food. Feel free to cry if you want." "No," Sanji retorted. "This is all your fault. I'll kill you for this." Zeph then commented, "If you don't shut up, I'll just eat you instead." The captain pressed on his explanation. "Waiting for help is the only option we have. If we're lucky, we might be saved tomorrow. And if we're not, we'll be waiting until we're nothing but a dried-up pile of bones." Sanji's bravado faltered, fear creeping into his heart. Pile of bones? Me? But before despair could fully take hold, Zeph approached him, bearing 2 white sacks. "This is your share," he told him, dropping one beside Sanji. "This food here got washed up here just like us. Eating normally, it should last you 5 days, but use your head and save as much as you can. It's a good thing that we're both cooks." "Wait a minute," Sanji protested, his eyes narrowing at the disproportionate portions. "Your share is way bigger than mine. It's almost 3 times what I've got." "Of course," Zeph replied, matter-of-factly. "I'm an adult, so it's only natural that I eat more." He then placed his heel on Sanji's face. "That's the situation we're stuck in. So let's just try to get along until help comes, all right?" Sanji glared at him defiantly. "You damn geezer!" But Zeph remained unperturbed, his gaze steady. "You should consider me nice for even giving you food in the first place, so don't expect me to be any nicer than that." He then gestured to the opposite end of the rock. "You sit on this side, and I'll sit on that other side of the rock. This way, we'll be able to keep watch on both sides of the sea. If you see a ship, call and let me know right away. Until then, don't bother contacting me. Best not to waste any energy on unnecessary things. Pray for good luck." With those final words, Zeph walked away to his designated spot. The sun descended into the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the vast expanse of the ocean. Sanji, alone on the rock, felt the gnawing pang of hunger in his stomach. He glanced at the meager supply of food beside him, contemplating Zeph's words about rationing it wisely. With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to endure the hunger a little longer, determined to make the provisions last. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rock, Zeph raises a hefty boulder with grim resolve. Clenching a piece of wood between his teeth, he mutters, "So this is where even my red leg will meet its end." With a resolute grunt, he brings the rock crashing down onto his leg, severing it just below the right knee. Sanji stood alone, pondering the pirate captain's words. The sound of waves crashing against the shore was the only company he had. Sanji scoffed at the notion. "Crap, geezer! If I do see a ship, I'm going to tell him. He can die. I'll survive on my own." Scanning the vast horizon, he continued, "I can see a long way out on the ocean. If I watch for 4 or 5 days, I'm bound to see a ship. And there's no sign that Orbit sank, so it could still come and rescue me." Beside him, the boy opened his bag, evaluating his circumstances. Thinking it over well, "I do have a whole 5 days' worth of food, but this is a matter of life and death. so I'll divide it into 20 portions just to be safe. That means less than 1 meal a day, but the depressions in the rock are full of rainwater, so I'll make it. If I stay alive for 20 days, a ship's gotta come. I'm sure to be rescued, no sweat." He then took a small bite of his food. As thirst gnawed at him, he buried his head in a puddle of rainwater. "Maybe I'll eat just a little more," he thought, but then quickly corrected himself. "No! I divided the food into 20 daily portions, and this is only the first day." His stomach rumbled in protest. "Stop rumbling, damn it, stop!" Looking at the empty waves, night started to dawn on him as he tried to stay vigilant. "No ships today. I just gotta hang on 2 or 3 days." By the 5th day, heavy rain pelted the island, obscuring his view. This rain's gonna make it hard to see a ship. To his surprise, he spotted a silhouette of vessel sailing on the seas. "A ship! Hey, help! Fire! Gotta light a fire to signal them!" Frantically, he tried to ignite the damp wood next to him, but the rain easily extinguished his efforts. "Damn! The wood's too wet to burn! Wait! Don't go! I'm here! Please wait! Don't go! Help me! Hey! Damn it!" Days turned into weeks. On the 25th day, Sanji clutched a piece of moldy bread. With each reluctant bite, memories of his former life aboard the Orbit came to the back of his mind. Stories of an abundance of food, lavish feasts that seemed endless, where customers dined like royalty. He had always prided himself on his resilience, but now it felt like a cruel joke. The bread he clutched so desperately slipped from his grasp and plummeted into the dark, unforgiving waters below. "No, my last piece of bread. I'm starving." Days stretched into months. On the 30th day, hope flickered weakly in his heart. It'll come soon now. By the 50th day, the rain poured heavily upon Sanji's weather-beaten shelter. After 70 days, he was nothing but an empty husk. Sanji took a drink from a small puddle of water and crawled to his spot. Crap geezer. Probably dead, he muttered to himself, and yet he recalled something. Weak and desperate, Sanji crawled toward Zeph's position. Upon reaching the top, he peered over the rock and was stunned by what he saw. He's still alive. And look at all the food he's still got. So much food. He drew his sharp knife from his side and moved forward. This is all that crap geezer's fault anyway. I'll get that food if I have to kill him. I want to live. Unmoved, Zeph looked at the ocean. "What do you want, eggplant head? You see a ship?" Pointing the blade at him, Sanji declared, "I came for your food. Kill me if you think you can. I'm dead anyway if I don't eat soon." But the pirate captain remained silent. Desperate, Sanji stabbed the knife into the large white sack. "All this just for you!" As the sack's contents spilled out, he suddenly froze on the spot. The bag was not filled with food, as he had hoped, but a vast array of gleaming treasures. Gold coins, sparkling gems, and priceless artifacts lay scattered across the ground. Sanji was utterly bewildered. "Until you see a ship," Zeph stated simply. "I said no contact." "Why?" "It's all treasure. A fortune in gold and nothing to eat. Funny, huh?" he replied. "The whole bag. It's all treasure." The boy then dropped his knife and rushed to the captain's side. "What about the food? How have you survived? You said you needed more food?" As Sanji's gaze fell to the ground, he was struck by the grim reality before him. "What happened? Your foot. You," he stammered. "Your own foot? You ate it?" "That's right," Zeph confirmed. Sanji's mind raced as he recalled Zeph's earlier claim of having 5 days' worth of food. "The food? You gave it all to me?" Zeph nodded. "But without your foot, you can't be a pirate anymore." "Reckon not," he said calmly. Why'd you do that for me? I was gonna kill you, Sanji shouted, tears streaming down his face. I never gave you a reason to be kind to me. So why? Why? Because, Zeph shared. You had the same dream as me. Sanji stared at Zeph, trying to grasp the gravity of his words. What? The all blue? But your men said there's no such thing. It exists, Zeph explained. When the time comes, head for the Grand Line. We couldn't find it in a year's voyage, but what I saw there made me believe in the all blue. But now I've lost the crew I would have sailed there with. I don't feel like being a pirate without them. They didn't believe in the all blue, but they were good-hearted fools. They were a good bunch. Zeph's back slumped against the rocky ground. Hey, geezer, don't die! You can't die! Not after what you did! But Zeph continued, his voice growing weaker. The ocean is vast and brutal. The vastness of this ocean, people die cursing it. How many people has it swallowed? In all my years as a pirate, I've been in a lot of tough spots where there was nothing to eat. And every time I thought, if only there was a restaurant smack in the middle of the ocean. A restaurant? Sanji questioned. That's right, the captain confirmed. If I get off this rock alive, I'm gonna build it if it's the last thing I ever do. In this age of pirates, I may be the only man who could run a grub shop like that. Okay, Sanji affirmed him. I'll help you. Just don't die. It'll be too hard for a puny eggplant head. I'll become strong. 85 days later, a ship finally docked next to the rocky, isolated island. Hey, on that rock, people! 2 of them just lying there, the sailors shouted. They're still breathing, another acknowledged. About 3 months ago, I heard someone shouting around here one stormy day. What? Is that true? Sanji pounded his fist on the floorboard of the ship. You ate your own foot, leaving all the food for me. You saved my life. The gun loomed over Zeph's head while Luffy watched Sanji trying to get up. My present? Pearl gritted his teeth in frustration. How did he survive a direct hit? He's on his feet! Standing tall, Sanji declared with conviction, I won't let you have this restaurant, and I won't let you kill the crap geezer either. That fool sacrificed himself to save a worthless boy. He smirked, wiping away the blood. The cook placed his hand on his chest and shouted with a fierce resolve, So I'll defend him with my life and pay my debt to the crap geezer. Repaying a debt? The owner exclaimed with frustration. Sanji, I don't want any favors. I'm not so pathetic that I need a baby eggplant to protect me. Sanji straightened his black tie as he replied. Who did whom the favor? If you hadn't eaten your own foot for my sake, you'd never have lost to these fools. Sanji looks shaky, they noted. Chef ate his foot so Sanji wouldn't starve, so that's why he's so protective of this grub joint. Luffy stood silent as both Patty and Karn added to their co-workers' thoughts. He was paying Chef back. Who would have thunk that those two, who fight like cats and dogs, had such a bond? Enraged, Gin pressed on to the cook. Why did you get up, Sanji? But Pearl, his laughter echoing across the deck, mocked the cook's resilience. So you want some more of Pearl's presence? You can't possibly win, you know? He jeered with arrogance. In this world, it's winner take all. Losers get nothing, and whatever the prize, the winner crushes the competition. Am I wrong, Don Krieg? No, that's true, the Admiral confirmed coldly. Right, Gin, Pearl pressed, but Gin remained quiet. I don't even need to ask. You're the clear leader in ruthlessness, the commander continued. We're gonna crush you, and there's nothing you can do about it. So why are you standing up? You're wasting your strength. Sanji's response was simple. So that for one moment, this place can remain a restaurant. Does that guy want to die? Patty shouted as the tension heightened even more. That crap punk? Zeph added. With his confidence unshaken, Pearl boasted aloud, Your words are slicker and polished silver. But it's closing time for this dive. From now on, this is a pirate ship." He raised his fist high, the light catching the metal of his arm shield, and announced, "Double certain, Pearl, present!" The arm shield collided with Sanji's face, sending him crashing across the guardrails of the ship. Luffy's face slowly dropped, growing more annoyed by the second. The fire from Pearl's hellfire erupted in a ball of frenzy, sending flames sprawling across the deck and scorching his opponents around it. "Sanji!" the chefs shouted in panic. "Hot! Yikes! His fire's getting big again! This time it'll reach the restaurant for sure!" The heat was so intense that even the seasoned pirates scrambled to douse the inferno. "Pearl, put out your fire! What good's a burnt ship?" they begged. "It's too hot!" But instead he laughed at the notion. "You can do something about this. If you don't mind the old man dying, that is." At that moment, Luffy had had enough. He stretched his leg high into the air. "Stop it, fool!" Sanji called out. "Don't interfere!" What's he thinking? That kid, is he nuts? In a burst of anger, Luffy's leg came down like thunder. "Gomu, Gomu, no! Battle axe!" he proclaimed, slamming his foot against the large wooden fins of the restaurant. "The fin! He shattered it! That kid's up to something!" the Admiral pondered as he quickly demanded, "Gin, blow a hole in Zeph's head!" Glancing back, Gin hesitated. "But—" "Hey, I never touched you guys," Luffy interrupted. "All I did was bust the fin." "Chore boy, what were you thinking?" Sanji retorted. Luffy met the cook's furious gaze. "I'm going to sink this ship." "What? What did he just say? Sink the ship? That's not funny!" "That ship is ours!" Krieg's men bellowed in unison. "Don't joke about that!" Krieg's patience snapped. "Gin, quit stalling and kill Zeph!" As the cook got up, Sanji seized Luffy's red vest and tightened. "Are you crazy, you crap kid? Don't you realize why I've slaved away all this time on this ship? But if I sink it, they've got no prize." Hearing that, Zeph smiled. Sanji's face twisted with emotion as he spoke. "My enormous debt and the way I feel about this ship, you could never understand." Luffy brushed his hand against his shoulder. "So you're gonna die for this ship? That's stupid." "What?" Luffy leaned closer and gripped his black suit. "Getting killed is no way to repay your debt," he shouted with conviction, recalling memories of Shanks' sacrifice. "He didn't save your life so you could throw it away. Only a coward would do that. How else can I stop them from taking Zeph's ship?" With a mocking gesture, Pearl's voice cut through their argument. "Now stop squabbling, you two. It was your misfortune to meet up with Don Krieg's pirates. There's nothing you can do now, not when we've got our hostage." He then charged towards them with his arm shields fully ablaze. "Now, burn and die with this fire, Pearl!" In a split second, a metallic clatter rang out as a gun dropped to the ground. Pearl's eyes widened in shock as Gin's tonfa, tipped with heavy iron balls, shattered his shield into 1,000,000 pieces. Luffy and Sanji stood in stunned silence. "Sorry, Pearl. Step aside," Gin softly shared. "Why? Why, Gin?" "Gin. Why'd you hit Pearl?" his men shouted, while Krieg's fury erupted. "Gin, you swine! How dare you betray me?" Gin apologized as he met the Admiral's eyes. "I'm sorry, Don Krieg, but after all, we both owe Sanji our lives." His gaze turned to Sanji. "I'll send him to the grave with my own hands." That guy shattered Invincible Pearl's cannonball-proof shield," Patty muttered. "So he's not just a flunky—" "See, it all worked out," Luffy said casually. "Don't lie," Sanji retorted angrily. "You really were going to sink the ship." Krieg, observing the scene, questioned Gin's loyalty. "Have you lost your mind, Gin? Combat commander of the pirate armada?" "Sanji, I wanted you to leave this ship without hurting you, but it seems things can't be that way." "No, they can't." "So then the least I could do is kill you myself. Gin promised. That's the solution I've arrived at. Gracefully, Sanji lighted his cigarette as he shared his thoughts. Thank you. Now kindly eat shit and die. His attention was suddenly drawn to the young pirate. You too, Straw Hat. It would have been best for you to leave with your crewmates earlier. Huh? It's not as if I could ever be beaten by weaklings like you. Krieg's men bristled at the insult, their collective anger rising like the tide. They just called us weaklings and told our commander off. We're the Krieg pirates, the strongest pirate crew in all of the East Blue. Weren't you guys just the biggest pirate crew? He questioned. The pirates stood frozen in their tracks, puffing out a cloud of smoke. Sanji shared. You hit them where it hurts. Guess I was right, Luffy added nonchalantly. You idiot, don't provoke them anymore. The chefs yelled. You're still up against Don Krieg. His strength's the real thing. That dim wit, Patty exclaimed. But the head chef chuckled to himself despite the dire situation. Suddenly, the Krieg pirates leapt into action with their swords raised high. That's it! Let's kill them ourselves! Step back, all of you, a powerful voice demanded. Don Krieg, but his words were cut short by the Admiral's words. With his golden armor shining in the distance, Krieg spoke with a wicked grin plastered to his face. A person who gets angry just for being called weak is indirectly admitting that he's weak. The final result decides who's strong and who's not. I'm still standing here, so don't you start whining for nothing. Yes, Don. Of course, Don. Both Patty and Karn exchanged uneasy glances. Talk about leadership. His title, Don, as the fleet admiral of 50 ships, isn't just for show, Karn added with trepidation. The Admiral's booming voice resonated across the shipwreck as he turned his gaze toward Luffy. You there, brat? Who do you think is more fit to become the Pirate King? You or me? Me, Luffy responded without hesitation. Hey, don't egg him on any further. Why? He questioned Patty. Krieg's eyes twitched in anger. Annoyed by Luffy's audacity, the Admiral stood up from the wreckage and demanded, All right, move it, man. It can't be... Speaking with his author, he removed one of his large golden shoulder pads and displayed it to the entire group. The skull in his crossbones was clearly visible at the center of his shoulder pad. It's time to teach that dreamer brat over there the true meaning of strength, he declared. It's the MH5, one of the pirates cried out in terror. Gin's voice joined the chorus of fear, pleading with his captain. Don, wait! Both Luffy and Sanji were completely confused. If it's just a cannonball, I'll just bounce it back, you know, he told them. But Gin's desperation grew with his voice. Please, Don, allow me to kill this man with my own hand. Whether you kill him or I do, the result is the same, Krieg interrupted coldly. You know that there's nothing I hate more than foolishly naive things like honor or compassion. Listen well, this is a battle we're in, and in a battle you fight to win. The skull on Krieg's emblem fully opened, revealing a deadly mechanism resembling a muzzle within. So all you have to do is win, even if it means using a poison gas bomb. Poison gas? Don! Gin echoed, but instead the Admiral bore a wicked smile. One whiff of this'll be enough to render your entire body immobile, he explained, declaring proudly, This is strength! The barrel erupted from Krieg's shoulder pad, hurtling towards the Baratie with deadly intent. Crap! Dive into the sea! The cook scrambled in panic, diving for cover as Krieg's men quickly donned their gas masks. It's coming! Luffy, undeterred by the chaos around him, rushed straight towards it. I'll just knock it down into the sea! You idiot, come back! Sanji called out to him, but the boy ignored the response, leaping into the air with his foot poised to strike the bomb. I ain't afraid of a little poison gas! As Luffy's foot neared the bomb, Gin's eyes widened in realization. No, that's not it. Suddenly, it exploded in a flurry of sharp metal stars. The blades shot out in every direction, cutting into Luffy's flesh. The young pirate cried out in pain, crashing to the deck and clutching his wounded shoulder. "A shrapnel shell!" The Krieg pirates laughed in delight. "It was just a trick!" Gritting his teeth, Luffy tried to brush it off. "Wasn't it supposed to be a poison gas bomb?" "A little slow on the uptake, don't you think?" Sanji retorted, though the concern in his voice was unmistakable. Don Krieg's laughter rang out over the wrecking, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "A single poison gas bomb is enough to entirely wipe out a small town, as if I'd waste it to kill you two pieces of trash." "I see," Luffy said calmly. "He got me good." The chefs couldn't help but sigh at the response. Why the hell's he agreeing with him? "This is what a battle is. I've got more ways to kill you than I can count." The Admiral boomed. "Now I'll ask you again. Which one of us do you think is more fit to become the Pirate King?" "Me," Luffy declared once more. "It definitely can't be you." Krieg's eyes narrowed with rage. "Gin, you're responsible for killing that cook." The Admiral then gazed upon the boy as he continued. "But I'll kill this brat myself." "Understood, Don," the commander confirmed. Staring each other down, both Gin and Sanji braced themselves for what would be a brutal confrontation. "Sorry, Sanji," Gin stated with regret, "but you can't win against me." Sanji took a long drag of his cigarette before exhaling slowly, his eyes locked on Gin. "Took the words right out of my mouth." With a calculating gaze, Don Krieg looked at the young pirate. "Damn brat, I'll demonstrate to you the might of the ruler of the East Blue. You'll know soon enough that your strange power is meaningless before me." "Keep talking," Luffy challenged. "I'll send you flying either way. I'll come on over there right now, so wash your face and sit tight." Krieg's laughter echoed across the deck. "So you're stupid enough to come over here again, are you?" "Here I come!" With a burst of energy, Gin spun his tonfas and charged straight towards him while his men cheered him on. "Kill him, Gin!" With a resounding crash, Gin's weapon struck the floorboards, sending splinters flying. The sheer force of the impact reverberated through the deck. Sanji sprang to his feet and attempted a counterattack with a swift, powerful kick. "Damn!" he cursed as his attack landed into the empty air. Gin's reflexes were swift. He ducked the blow with ease and replied with a sinister smile, "Allow me to tell you my nickname. The Demon." Seizing the moment, Gin ensnared Sanji in a headlock with his iron-barred weapon resting menacingly upon his neck. "I don't have a shred of sympathy for you anymore. So long." Spinning his iron weapon in his left hand, the battle commander glared at Sanji with eyes filled with bloodlust. "At the very least, I'll kill you without leaving behind a disfigured corpse." "That's the battle commander we all know and love," the Krieg pirates roared with approval. "Pulverize him until he ain't nothing but powder." With fear edging their voices, the cooks bellowed their co-worker's name. But Sanji, locked in a fierce headlock, remained calm. He exhaled a cloud of smoke through his nostrils and laid there motionless. The smoke suddenly started to rise upward and singed the corner of Gin's eyes. In that split second, Sanji moved. He leaned under the commander's tonfas and used a handstand to twist out of the way, landing a lightning-fast kick across Gin's chin. Staggered, he swung his iron bar wildly and struck Sanji hard across his side. Both combatants hit the ground, gasping in pain. "That cook landed a hit on Gin," Krieg's men stammered. "You don't think even Gin will be done in by him, do you?" Their fear grew, but Don Krieg silenced them. "Just what are you fools doubting Gin's fighting abilities for? You've all seen for yourselves what he's capable of." "Don!" Krieg's voice deepened with authority as he continued. "Gin's a calm and collected demon. It's exactly because of that nature that I placed him as the battle commander. He'll show his true abilities in just a little while." The pirates murmured in agreement, recalling the commander's merciless reputation. "The Don's right. Gin's a merciless killer who doesn't even hesitate for a second in brutally slaughtering his enemies, whether they be crying or begging." That's why he's the cold-hearted demon without a shred of compassion. On the bloody deck, Sanji and Gin locked eyes as they rose to their feet. Sanji... I wonder if he's all right, Patty muttered from the sidelines, watching anxiously with Zeph and Karn next to him. He's must have already had 5 or 6 of his ribs broken from that shield-wearing bastard earlier. Holding his side, Sanji smiled as he shared his thoughts. You're unexpectedly pretty weak, Mr. Battle Commander. Guess the mighty Krieg pirates are all talk and no substance. Like a snake, Gin stared him down with an irritable look as he licked the blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Nearby, Luffy jumped onto the broken mast and balanced himself. His eyes focused on Don Krieg, who stood unbothered by the carnage around him. He's not looking this way, Luffy muttered to himself. Now's my chance to send him flying. With a burst of energy, Luffy charged at Krieg, leaping from the mast with full speed. The Admiral, however, was ready. No need to be impatient, he said calmly, positioning his golden shoulder pad. The mechanics shifted, and a terrifying array of gun entry points surrounded his Jolly Roger. With a simple flick of his fingers, Krieg unleashed a tidal wave from a bomb directly beneath the mast, catching Luffy off guard. Because I'll kill you as well in due time, the Admiral bellowed. Luffy barely had time to react as Krieg followed up with a barrage of metallic spears, launching them like machine gun fire. Spears! Luffy shouted, dodging as fast as he could, but one spear tore into the back of his thigh. Crap! The ocean! The pirate yelped in pain as he landed onto the restaurant's floorboards. Krieg's sinister grin widened. So you managed to get away, Hammer Boy. Ow, 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 damn it! Luffy winced, pulling the spike from his leg. Taking it out, he then stood up and spun towards his direction. Hey, you bastard, he yelled. Do you not want to fight or what? Do I want to fight? I don't need to, Krieg sneered in response. The only thing I need in battle are methods to kill you. That is true might as a human. On the other hand, you, who can only charge straight ahead without using your head, are equivalent to a monkey. Showing his teeth in retaliation, Luffy pulled his fingers across his mouth. Underestimate monkeys and you'll get clawed. Finish him, Gin! Both Krieg and Luffy's attention flickered as the sounds of battle continued behind them. Sanji was being pummeled by Gin, his body bruised and broken, and yet still the cook tried to hold on to the pain. His bones are all cracked by now, I bet, Krieg's pirates jeered. Kill him! Damn it! If it wasn't for that shield-wearing bastard, then Sanji would... He's already received 10 blows from those iron balls! Breathing heavily, Sanji leaned against the railing. Those skewered dango of yours ain't so great, you small fry. His words were defiant, but the excruciating pain was catching up to him. Damn it, he's freaking strong as hell, the cook thought, before suddenly Gin dashed towards him without any remorse. Time to put an end to this! Don't bother struggling anymore! Die, Sanji! Sanji dodged at the last second. Were you going easy on me just now or what? With a handstand, he launched his left leg down in a brutal kick against his head. To hell with you! Krieg's men stared in disbelief, shocked by Sanji's resilience. But as Sanji tried to steady himself, the pain in his leg grew unbearable. Sanji! Patty called out, as Karn added, It's no good! He can't even withstand the shock of his own kicks. Don Krieg smirked, watching his commander rise once again. Gin, bloodied and broken, stood tall as he muttered one single word under his breath. Die. He then grabbed Sanji by the neck. You son of a... As he looked up, tears welled up in Gin's eyes, his voice breaking as he shouted, I just can't, Don Krieg! Silence fell over the battlefield. Every pirate and cook was completely stunned. I simply can't kill this man, Gin pressed, his voice raw with emotion. "What did you say?" Don Krieg's face contorted with rage as he challenged in protest. "Say that to me one more time!" Gin's memories flashed back to Sanji offering him food, the cook's simple kindness in a world so cruel. He gripped his bandana tighter, but the tears kept falling. "I've never been treated so kindly by another person in my entire life. That's why I just can't kill this man." "Coward!" Krieg spat with fury as he started to position himself. Realizing what he's about to do, his men screamed in terror. "It can't be! Don!" "You can't kill him? That's quite disappointing, Gin," Don Krieg said with a growl of annoyance. "I always believed you to be my most loyal subordinate, someone who adhered to my philosophy of war better than anyone else." His voice was cold, sharp, as he continued. "The reason I placed you as the battle commander of my pirate fleet of 50 ships wasn't just your fighting ability. It was your willingness to win by any means necessary, no matter how vile or despicable, was greater than that of my subordinates." Unable to meet Krieg's gaze, the weight of shame hung heavily upon him. "I know, Don," Gin's voice cracked under the pressure. "I really have no intention of betraying you, nor do I think what I've done all along was a mistake. I deeply admire your strength, Don. I'm grateful for everything, but I just can't bring myself to kill this man." "Don Krieg, if it's possible, if there's even the slightest chance, could we please let this ship go?" Krieg's anger intensified, his weapon now pointed directly at Gin. "You, my most loyal subordinate, dare defy my orders! Have you gone completely out of your mind, Gin?" His crew scrambled, slipping on their gas masks in a rush of panic. The cooks nearby noticed the frantic movements and murmured among themselves, unsure of what was to come. "Why, that bastard?" Despite his efforts, Gin tried again. "But Don! We were saved because of this restaurant!" But Krieg wasn't listening. His disgust grew with every word Gin uttered. His voice was cold, cruel. "Throw away your gas mask, Gin. You're no longer one of my crew." "What? But Don Krieg—" Meanwhile, Krieg's men paddling on the sea, reflecting on the situation. "The Don's really planning on killing Gin." "What? That's impossible. Gin's his right-hand man." "That's right. There's not a single man who's more loyal to the Don than Gin. Even during that time, too. Back when we escaped the Grand Line only to be suddenly ambushed by Full Body, Gin alone disguised as our Don and lured the Marines away. He's a man who always risked his life fighting for the Don's sake. A man who became even a demon to carry out the Don's orders. There's just no way Don Krieg could kill a man like Gin." But Krieg's voice boomed again. "Throw away your mask!" Gin stared at the gas mask in his hand, torn by his words. "As if I'd let you fire your poison gas bomb!" Luffy's shout cut through the tension, running across the mast. Krieg sneered. "Nuisance!" He fired his spears at Luffy, who dodged to the right. "I won't fall for that trick twice," Luffy muttered, but as he leaped to avoid the attack, he lost his footing and clung to the bottom of the mast. "That hammer brat who can't even swim! I told you I'd kill you in due time, didn't I?" With a single, powerful punch, he shattered the mast. Still holding on, Luffy fell back onto the deck with a thud. "Damn it!" He then clenched his fists, glaring at Krieg. "Gin! There's no need to listen to a coward like him. I'll send him flying this instant." "Straw Hat!" Gin spoke out. "Don't you dare insult Don Krieg. He's the strongest man. You don't stand a chance against him." Grabbing his attention, Sanji grabbed Gin's shoulder. "Hey! Open your eyes! That man is trying to kill you!" Gin's voice softened, full of regret. "Of course he is. I'm just a failure who broke his crew's code of law because his compassions got in the way." Without hesitation, he threw his gas mask into the sea. "This is what I deserve." "What? Why?" Don Krieg grinned, his hand raised high as he activated his next move. Lethal poison gas bomb, MH5! The canister launched from his shoulder with a deafening boom, aimed directly at the floating restaurant. Krieg's men scrambled to put on their gas masks, while the cooks of the Baratie dived for cover. Luffy's eyes darted around, searching for a solution. He spotted 2 henchmen nearby and snatched their masks. "I'm borrowing these," he said. "What?" the pirates exclaimed in confusion as Luffy tossed the masks to Sanji and Gin. "Hey, use these!" Luffy called out. But the pirates who had worn the masks dove underwater. Luffy cursed under his breath. What? They all dove underwater. Crap. And I wanted a mask too. Zeph, Patty, and Karn retreated further for cover. Luffy stood frozen, horrified by the rapid unraveling of the situation. His mind raced. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? As the poisonous gas descended, suddenly a mask appeared near his side. This is might, Krieg proclaimed just before the gas exploded, filling the air with a thick, toxic cloud. Minutes passed, and as the gas began to dissipate, Luffy luckily placed his mask on, breathing deeply. I'm saved. Thank God I found this mask in time. The cooks resurfaced, surveying the scene. Pirates using poison gas. This is unheard of. He's a demon for sure, they muttered. It's already been 5 minutes. Do you think Sanji and the errand boy are all right? Who knows? Hey, look, the poison gas is clearing up. As the fog lifted, Sanji struggled beneath Gin's grip. The gas mask dangled loosely in front of him, but Gin wouldn't let go. Move your hand! Sanji yelled desperately, wrestling against Gin's hold. Gin! Luffy tore off his mask and shouted, Gin! Where's your mask? Gin's pale face began to turn purple. Blood dripped steadily from his nose, the poison taking its toll. Luffy's heart lurched. Didn't I give you a mask? Gin's knees buckled, and his body crumpled to the deck. Gin! What a fool! That's what he gets for thinking he's eternally indebted for just getting some grub. Idiots never understand until they die. Sanji's eyes were clouded with anger and sorrow. Jin, it seems you've chosen the wrong man to follow. Krieg! Dripping with malice, Don Krieg sneered with disdain. Feeling sorry for that useless sack of crap? Sanji's eyes narrowed in anger. Useless sack of crap. Of course. What else would you call a useless idiot who loses sight of his objectives and disobeys my orders? Krieg continued, paying them no heed. Seeing as how he may repeat his failures again in the future, killing him right now on the spot is how I show my love. I can't believe it. The Don is actually gonna kill our battle commander. Hey, look! Our guys are fine! Came a voice from one of the cooks, as both Patty and Karn emerged from the restaurant. Sanji? That Krieg's battle commander or whatever must be gotten a full blast of that poison gas, Karn added. Patty! Sanji shouted urgently. Don't we have some antidote? Yeah, I think so. But that's mainly for food poisoning, his co-worker shared. Besides, that guy's the enemy. Whatever, just bring it over now. With his arms crossed, the head chef emerged at the entrance of the restaurant. You idiot! Just put that mask on him right now. It must contain at least a bit of an antidote. Zeph pressed on with a stern voice. Take him up to the 2nd floor and have him breathe with that mask. If there's even the slightest chance of still saving him, that's the first step to take. Patty, Karn, move your asses. All right, you don't have to yell. Patty and Karn grumbled. Me too? As they rushed Gin inside, Luffy locked his eyes on the armored Admiral on the other side. Don't you dare die, Gin. It's futile, Krieg scoffed. He'll only hang around for another hour or so. However, Luffy ignored him. Don't you dare let yourself be killed by a guy like him. Hang in there with sheer willpower. Got it, because I'll send him flying in the meanwhile. Barely able to stay conscious, Gin weakly muttered aloud, "No, stop. You can't hope to beat him." With the cook's assistance, Gin was rushed inside into the Baratie as Sanji grabbed onto the pirate's arm. "Hey, calm down, you idiot! Charging directly at him is exactly what he wants. You'll get yourself killed." Luffy pulled his arm free. "I'm not gonna die." Without another word, he sprinted toward Krieg in full speed. "If you want to shoot at me, then go ahead. Shoot as much as you want." Sanji reached out to stop him, but it was too late. Don Krieg grinned sinisterly as the predator within him relished the moment. "Fool! Nothing easier to kill than a worked-up idiot." Sanji clenched his jaw. "Fine. Do whatever the hell you want." The Admiral narrowed his eyes upon the reckless pirate. "I've heard that even monkeys learn from their mistakes. But I guess you're even dumber than a monkey, seeing as how you're trying to repeat your mistake a second time. Ain't that right, Hammer Boy?" "I'm just bad at giving up, that's all." Krieg's laughter echoed across the battlefield. "The ocean is your doom, but if you try to jump, my spears will make mincemeat out of you. Beyond the fins of that restaurant lies your grave." "My grave?" Without hesitation, the Admiral fired a barrage of bombs, creating a massive tidal wave that crashed into the sea, blurring Luffy's line of sight. As Luffy pushed forward, spears shot toward him, one impaling his shoulder. Still, he pressed on. Did he die after refusing to run away? Krieg pondered, watching as the wave blocked his view. But the pirate still dashed forward against his aquatic shield. Reaching to the end of the broken mast, Luffy retracted his leg and stretched it forward in a move familiar to Krieg's bombs. "Using my own trick against me?" With a sudden leap, Luffy shot forward, arm pulled back, ready to strike. Krieg reacted swiftly, draping himself in his spiked armor. "Then why don't you try hitting my Kenzen cape?" "That dirty son of a... It's a spike-covered cape?" The cooks turned away, unable to watch the impending blow. Hidden beneath his spiked armor, Krieg taunted from behind his shield. "You can't lay a hand nor foot on me as long as I have my... Gomu Gomu no! Bullet!" Luffy's fist tore through the air and collided with Krieg's jaw, despite clashing his fist upon the sharp spikes. The impact was so strong, it sent the Admiral sprawling across the deck for the first time. Stunned silence filled the space. What a reckless guy! He hit that with his bare hands. Ow! Don Krieg was knocked out, his men stammered, barely able to process the sight of his defeat. What's with that guy? I've never seen the Don on his knees before, much less lying flat on his face. That kid just punched our Don right in the face. Not to mention it was through that spike-covered cape. Pulling a spear from his shoulder, blood trickled from his fists as he challenged his attempts. Now, is this place really my grave? Or your grave? Mine or yours? Which is it? But don't you dare decide that question just by these measly spears or your stupid spiky cape. This ain't the place for me to die. Watching closely, both Sanji and Zeph watched the battle in front of them. Talk about reckless. Watch him carefully, Sanji. Meanwhile, Patty and Karn worked furiously, hauling Jin's limp body to the second level. Hey, hang in there, they urged, their voices desperate. Come on, breathe. Breathe in that fresh air as much as possible. Do you need water? Oh, that's right. Do you want some of our restaurant's special pudding? You idiot, Karn scolded. What good would feeding a poisoned person more poison do? What do you mean, poison? And look who's talking. Hey, my meat dishes are the world's best. Karn defended himself, only to be silenced by Gin's sudden coughing fit. Don't die! Down below, Zeph shared his thoughts with Sanji. There are guys like him every now and then. Idiots that fight to the death once they decide on a goal. Fight to the death, Zeph continued. A guy like him is the worst enemy you can face, whether he wins or loses this match. I like guys like him. The Krieg pirates were growing uneasy, sensing their leader's downfall. The chefs, emboldened by Luffy's resilience, began to cheer him on as their faith in him grew stronger by the minute. Sanji's eyes drifted toward Luffy, his mind wandering to the chore boy's unshakable ideals. Suddenly, a surge of fury pushed Krieg to his feet. His voice thundered, "If this place isn't your grave, then exactly whose is it?" With a mighty swing, Krieg slammed his golden shoulder guard against Luffy. A wicked grin spread across his face as he prepared to fire his cannon. "It has to be yours!" he roared, launching the cannon without hesitation. But in the blink of an eye, Luffy dodged the blast. His foot hooked around Krieg's neck, bringing him crashing down for the second time. "No, it's yours!" Luffy countered. The mighty pirate lay sprawled out, gasping for air, much to the shock of his crew. Panic rippled through their ranks. "He knocked the Don down again! The hell's going on?" the pirates stammered. "He should have been killed before he could even lay a finger on the Don! Our Don's supposed to be invincible! Just who is he?" Nearby, the cooks could hardly believe their eyes. Patty grinned at the sight of Luffy's relentless spirit. "That kid can fight, that's for sure," he remarked, clearly impressed. "He's definitely strong enough to match our Don. At this rate, the legend of our Don will come to an end." "Shut your worthless traps!" Krieg snapped. With a swift motion, he clamped his massive shoulder plates together, forming a circular disc. He slammed it into the deck with enough force to shake the entire platform, but Luffy was quicker, dashing to the side just as the weapon struck. "It's the Great War Spear!" one of the pirates exclaimed. "He took it out, our Don's most powerful weapon." Perched on the end of Krieg's golden shoulder plates, the spear gleamed dangerously against his opponent. He discarded his cape with a dramatic flourish. "I'll look forward to seeing how long you can keep away from this, hammer brat," the Admiral growled. "Unlike my earlier measly spears that you could afford to take 2 or 3 hits from, this spear's in a whole nother league." Luffy's brow furrowed. "What was that? Did it explode just now?" "Touch this and you'll be blown to smithereens!" With a grunt, Don Krieg aimed his great battle spear at Luffy and brought it crashing down toward him. The pirate dodged the incoming blow as the spear's impact sent a fiery explosion across the deck. "Crap, I'm falling!" Luffy panicked, stretching his arm to grab hold of some nearby wreckage. He rebounded, barely keeping himself out of the water. "What's up with that spear? It explodes every time it hits something?" Sanji, watching from the sidelines, noticed Luffy's struggle. "Damn, the longer the fight goes on, the worse off he'll be. He's losing too much blood." Krieg smirked. "It's the end of the line for you." "Damn it! I can't fight at full strength by jumping across these little islands." Sensing their advantage, Krieg's crew began to celebrate. "Looks like the Don will settle the fight quickly enough. That great war spear of his creates a stronger explosion the stronger he swings it." Krieg took another jab with his spear, but Luffy ducked beneath the strike. The force of the swing alone was enough to leave cracks in the deck. What monstrous strength! Even though that spear made from his 2 shoulder plates weighs over 1 ton, he swings it around like it's nothing. That's undeniable proof that our Don's the strongest. The Admiral swung again, the spear whirling with deadly speed. Luffy danced around each strike, narrowly avoiding disaster. His footing faltered and he lost his balance, teetering dangerously close to the water. He lunged forward, aiming to finish Luffy off, but the young pirate leaped into the air, dodging the assault. "Die!" Krieg roared, bringing his spear down with brutal force. "Close call," Luffy muttered under his breath. With a swift move, he latched onto the stem of Krieg's lance before it could hit him. Enraged, the Admiral slammed the spear into the ground, forcing Luffy to let go. "You little maggot!" Krieg pressed his advantage, charging forward with his spear aimed straight at Luffy's chest. The pirate barely had time to react, pounding his fists against the blade to deflect it. With a vicious whip of his weapon, the Admiral slammed a fresh explosion across the deck. Luffy was flung backward into some debris, Errand boy! I ain't done with you yet, Krieg sneered, stalking toward Luffy. His voice seethed with rage. After angering me to this extent, there won't even be any of your remains after I'm through with you. The pirate staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth. One more. The Admiral swung the spear again, landing a solid hit on Luffy. The blow sent him reeling back into the deck, and Krieg stood tall, pride swelling in his chest. Have you finally realized that the strongest man in the world is none other than me? He declared. The pirates cheered in response, while the cooks watched in dread for the chore boy's life. But Luffy's response didn't waver. He slammed his foot into the deck and, with a crack, the tip of Don Krieg's battle spear shattered into pieces. Krieg's eyes widened in disbelief. What? My great war spear is... You! What did you do? I punched it 5 times. Luffy grinned, the light of battle shining in his eyes. Now get ready, 'cause now that I'm on this wide-open space, I'll send you flying. What? Smiling under the pressure, Luffy's voice carried over the ruined boards. With the spear tip broken, that's nothing but a bomb on a stick. I've reduced its power by half. Krieg's lips twisted in disdain. Is that what you think? Unbelievable! To think that Don Krieg's powerful weapon, the Great War Spear, would be broken. He did it. He really is amazing. Krieg's lips twisted in annoyance. Considering that even a mere bomb on a stick can easily blow you away, I'd say that I still have more than enough power to win. He paused, letting the threat sink in. Not only that, you're bleeding all over and even took 2 blasts from my Great War Spear. Seems to me that you're bluffing. Yet, despite the threat, Luffy remained unfazed. Worry started to darken Sanji's face as he watched the fight. He's right. That errand boy should be on the verge of collapsing. With those wounds, if he takes even just one more blast from that spear, he'll be killed. Damn it. With all those weapons and armor, it's almost impossible to beat him. Zeph's gruff voice broke through Sanji's concern. But you know, Sanji, no matter how many hundreds of weapons or armor one is equipped with, they're no match for that one special spear that comes from your guts. Sanji shot him a puzzled look, but Zeph went on, his gaze fixed on Luffy. On the pirates' battlefield where life and death are decided, the one who fears death and hesitates for even an instant shall fall to their doom. What do you mean by that? With certainty, Zeph provided an answer for him. Within that boy, if nothing else, lies no hesitation. Perhaps it stems from his complete preparedness to survive no matter what, or his conviction that fears no death. Conviction? In an instant, the Admiral lunged at Luffy, murder in his eyes. Save your prayers. From the moment you went against me, your death was set in stone. But Luffy simply stuck out his tongue. As if. Krieg's strike lifted Luffy into the air, sending him sprawling near the crow's nest. Yet Luffy merely smirked, calling him out. Hit me if you can. Damn monkey! Playing the part, Luffy swung himself around the crow's nest, seizing a chunk of the ship and hurling it straight at the Admiral. Krieg, unflinching, brought his spear down, slicing through the mast with a fierce precision. With a cold glare, he raised his weapon, pointing it towards the incoming debris. Useless! A burst of flame roared forward, reducing the mast to cinders before it reached him. Sanji's eyes widened. A flamethrower? How many weapons does this guy have on him? His fist pounded in the air. Gomu, Gomu, no! Gatling! Yet Krieg's steel armor deflected every punch. His sneer was merciless. Futile! All attacks are futile before my wood steel armor. Luffy's fist shot like a drawn bowstring and dashed towards him. And bullet! The blow collided with Krieg's armor, but the golden plating remained intact. The Admiral barely budged. You insolent fool! Absolutely, completely, utterly futile, as if the greatest armor would break from hundreds of punches from a mere monkey. Luffy's eyes narrowed. I'd say I'm just about there. Krieg sneered from the top of the mast, his voice heavy with arrogance. Can't you see that the greatest armor and weaponry equates to the greatest might? He threw a menacing glance down at Luffy. And those who defy the strong are doomed to die, hammer brat. High above, Krieg released a handful of bombs into the air. He's going to throw those bombs down to destroy that whole platform. Run away, errand boy, the chefs cried in terror. Bombs! It's over, Krieg's men cheered while Krieg smirked. Only the strong survive. Meaning me, of course, the pirate retorted. He then broke into a sprint, bloodied fists clenched as he defied the odds, propelling himself towards Krieg. Gomu, Gomu, no! You idiot! Don't run towards him! Get away! It's a trap! Krieg laughed at his tenacity. How useless! Because that's exactly what I thought you'd do. In an instant, the spear erupted on impact, the blast engulfing the deck in smoke and debris. There are some things you can't overcome with willpower alone. But as the haze began to settle, Krieg's triumphant grin faltered as Luffy pushed through the explosion with a fiery look. Bazooka! The Admiral's confidence shattered as Luffy's fists collided with his armor. The force cracked Krieg's once impenetrable armor. Don Krieg laughed his heart out. Your attack was useless again! This is the extent of your strength! But I'll compliment you for managing to put a small crack in my armor. Now you can die happily! As the shattered remnants of the ship lay in ruin around them, Sanji's voice cut through the chaos. Errand boy! Luffy took one final breath. He launched into the air, arms stretched back with everything he had left. Gomu, Gomu, no! Krieg's eyes went wide as his opponent smiled in his advantage. Bazooka! The impact was catastrophic. In one final earth-shattering blow, Luffy's fists collided with Krieg's golden armor, sending him hurtling across the ship. The remnants of Krieg's invincible breastplate has crumbled into pieces. Dawn! Meanwhile, Sanji and the other cooks stood speechless, marveling at the sight of such a swift victory. As the Admiral's form plunged deeper into the darkening water, silence enveloped the battlefield above. But with a sudden, booming declaration, his voice tore through the stillness. It's too early for celebrations yet. He's still alive, he murmured, his instincts kicking in as he assessed the threat anew. But no sooner had he steadied himself than Krieg, hurling an enormous iron net with expert aim. The net unfurled through the air and tangled itself around Luffy mid-air. Laughing as the iron bound his opponent, Krieg sneered, You can't escape my iron net! This fight is over, hammer brat! He pressed. All I have to do is drag you down, and you'll drown to your death. The one who laughs at the end is always me. That's the Don we all know. Die, rubber boy! But even trapped, the pirate stretched his hands and feet beyond the net's grip. As long as I can still stretch my arms and legs, victory's still mine. That bastard, he's still trying to fight, but the ocean should be his weak point. Watching intently from the ship's edge, Sanji felt something stir within him. He doesn't hesitate at all, not even for an instant. How can he? Luffy saw his opening, his legs stretched and clamped around Krieg's head. The Admiral fought against it, seething as he thought. What's with this guy? Despite my countless weapons, despite my strength. Near the entrance, Zeph observed silently from afar. How can he keep fighting even now? He mused aloud. Sanji glanced at him, absorbing his words. Zeph then continued his thoughts. Is that what you were wondering? How can he keep charging straight ahead without hesitation? I'm the great pirate fleet admiral, Don Krieg. In a frenzy, Krieg shouted to his men, Give me some support, you bastards. Yes, Don, they responded, scrambling to arm themselves with metallic crossbows. This time it'll really be the end, Luffy called out as he pulled Krieg's body with him toward the sea. As the pirates prepared to fire, Sanji sprang into action, kicking a goon squarely in the face. Quit it, he said coldly, "or I'll kill the lot of you." "Gomu! Gomu, no!" Luffy's legs tightened around the Admiral, spinning faster and faster until he whirled like a top. With a final burst of force, Luffy slammed Krieg's head into the wooden deck with a thunderous crash. "Sledgehammer! Don Krieg! Way to go, errand boy!" He really did it. He defeated the pirate fleet Admiral Don Krieg. Luffy grinned as the Admiral lay motionless against the shattered floorboards. Trapped, the young pirate had no other choice. He was sent plunging into the sea below. Zeph broke the silence, directing his words to Sanji. If the fleet that Krieg amassed, along with his weapons, armors, and poison gas, is his might, then that boy's spear is his own brand of might. Spear. Conviction. The remaining pirates tried to revive their leader, shouting, "Don! Hang in there! Damn it! How could our Don have been—" But Zeph's calm voice cut through as he walked back inside the restaurant. "I happen to know of a certain idiot who'd stifle that very spear for no good reason. What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and go rescue him. Those with special abilities obtained from devil fruits are hated by the sea and can't swim." Sanji's eyes widened. "What? You damn geezer, you should have told me that sooner!" He shrugged off his jacket and dove into the sea after him. Looking back, the head chef smiled at his resolve. Above, Gin leaned against the railing, contemplating his thoughts aloud. Krieg lost? As if that could ever happen? He's the supreme ruler of the seas. "Say all you want, but take a look yourself," Patty replied, pointing at Krieg's shattered armor below. Karn added, "His prized armor's in pieces." Gin's voice quivered. "He's the only man I ever admired. I believed he was the strongest." He slumped back, exhausted, as Patty barked, "Hey, you! Don't move or the poison will—" He turned to Karn, puzzled. "Wait, does it spread if you move?" "How'd I know? But in any case, moving your body right now can't be a good thing. You need to lie and rest," Karn snapped back. Sanji emerged from the water with Luffy, gasping for breath. "Hey, don't you die on me now," he muttered. His thoughts flickered to Luffy's determination. He couldn't shake the memory of Zoro's own vow, fighting even as it nearly cost him his life. But a thunderous shout shattered his thoughts. "I am not the strongest?" Krieg's voice boomed. With his eyes rolled back, he staggered to his feet, with his men struggling to restrain him. "No one dares to go against me. I've won every single battle I've been in. It's utterly impossible for there to be someone that can match my strength. Don, please stop, you'll hurt yourself." But Krieg pushed them aside, his eyes filled with madness. "I win, and will continue to win. Calm down the Don. He's lost his consciousness," they shouted as he stumbled forward, screaming, "I am the strongest!" But before he could do more, a single punch landed on his gut, and he collapsed. Lowering his fist, Gin simply shared, "Don Krieg, we've lost." He then hoisted the unconscious Admiral onto his back, nodding to his crew. "Let's retreat for today and start anew," he said. "Thanks for everything, Sanji." "Yeah. Please don't come again." "Hey, did you forget you inhaled poison? Deadly poison," Patty warned, as his friend added with urgency. "And what are you planning to do by taking away the very man who tried to kill you?" Despite his body's evident strain, Gin ignored their warnings. The battle commander raised his head to the open sky, and he addressed his rescuers. "Sanji, when he wakes up, could you pass him this message?" Sanji listened closely to his words. "Let's meet again, out on the Grand Line." Watching him with narrowed eyes, the cook couldn't mask his disbelief. "You're still gonna be a pirate?" Patty's scoff followed, echoing his thoughts on the commander's stubbornness. But Gin only shrugged. as if the choice was as natural as breathing. "When I think about it, there's nothing else that I want to do," he admitted. "I guess before I realized it, Don Krieg's ambition became mine as well." His hand pressed against his side as he started coughing up blood. "Gin!" However, the commander kept standing and respectfully shared his thoughts. "I might only have a few more hours to live," he managed, grimacing as he continued. "So it might be a bit cowardly for me to make this decision only at the end of my life, but it's still good for me nonetheless." His voice grew steadier. "I've decided that this time, I'll do things of my own will in my own way. If I do that, I won't have a place to run away to, right? Loyal to the Don, my ass. All I've been doing is using the Don's name as a shield to escape and hide away." A glimmer of something unreadable crossed Gin's face as he gave a faint, lopsided smile. "As long as you're prepared, things like being scared of your enemies or getting hurt are nothing but useless worrying. That guy over there taught me it's better not to worry about any of that stuff." Sanji turned to his co-workers with a calm command in his eyes. "Patty, Karn, give them the boat we use to go out and buy ingredients." His words left the others in a state of shock. "What? Are you retarded?" Patty and Karn shouted in unison. "Why the hell do we have to give a boat to the very pirates that attacked us? Those scum can swim away for all we care. How are we gonna buy food supplies if we give them our boat, you numbskull?" Sanji didn't flinch, barking back with finality. "Shut up and give them the damn boat already!" Patty's grumbled response came low but simmered down with resignation. "All right, you don't have to yell." His face reddened with frustration as he added under his breath, "Why, that son of a... I swear I'm going to kill that bastard one day, always ordering us around." Even as he spoke, both cooks turned on their heels, grumbling under their breaths as they ran away. "But he's inherited the owner's legendary kicks. If we're gonna get him, then now's our best chance since he's injured. Maybe if 15 of us cooks attack him while he's sleeping, then we just might win." "Might?" Luffy's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the warm light of the Baratie's upper deck. He laid on a surprisingly soft bed, surrounded by white bandages that wrapped around his arms and torso. Suddenly, he jolted upright. "My hat!" he shouted, eyes darting around with panic. Just a few feet away, Sanji leaned casually against the guardrail, exhaling a plume of smoke as he observed Luffy's frantic search. "It's right there, isn't it?" Sanji commented, confirming it was right in front of him the entire time. "Oh, it is," he realized. "So you woke up, did you now?" the cook shared, watching the horizon. "Sorry, but we've run out of more bandages." Luffy, undeterred, pulled the Band-Aid from his forehead, tossing it aside. "Don't need it." "I see." Curiosity flickered in Luffy's eyes as he asked, "What happened to those guys?" Sanji's voice was calm, almost grateful. "They've left," he said firmly, "thanks to you." The aftermath of the ongoing battle settled like waves, washing away the dust that was left behind. Memories of the commander's earlier remarks swirled in his mind as he shared these thoughts to the young pirate. The battle commander pointed to Luffy, who was blissfully asleep after his fight with Krieg. Gin couldn't help but smirk to himself. Calculating, cautious, hesitation, and whatnot. When I look at him, all those things seem so stupid. Nearby, Patty and Karn maneuvered a supply boat through the floating restaurant. As the Krieg pirates rushed to board, the boat creaked under the weight of their collective haste. Panda Man did not like being cramped. The sight elicited worried glances from the crew. They feared the little vessel might buckle under their numbers and sink before it even set out. Gratitude swelled in Gin's chest as he shared his remarks to the cook. "Thanks again. It's all right if I don't return this boat, right?" Sanji grinned. "If you have the balls to come back and return it, go ahead, you weakling." "Some scary restaurant this is," he remarked, glancing as the pirates sailed away into the distance. As the Krieg pirates set off, the cooks erupted in cheers, praising their spirits high about their strength. "Let's meet again out on the Grand Line," is what Gin said before leaving. "Cool? He said that to you?" "To you, dumbass," Sanji barked. Realization struck Luffy. "That's right. I'm finally done with being an errand boy as of today, 'cause I made that promise with the old man." "Right. Congratulations." Luffy leaned upright, prompting. "So then, you wanna—" "I ain't gonna be a pirate," Sanji replied, his eyes still gazing peacefully at the sea. "I'm gonna stay here and be a cook until the day that damn geezer acknowledges my cooking." Stumped, Luffy fell silent, processing Sanji's words. "Okay, suit yourself," he muttered. Incidentally, the pirate stretched his hand towards Sanji's blue collar, only to hear the cook irritably resist. "But your hand hasn't given up!" Luffy took his time adjusting to standing, then leapt onto the guardrails beside him. "After something like that happening, I can't afford to leave even more," he explained. "The cooks here are completely undependable, but I do want to go out to the Grand Line one of these days." "Then let's go right now!" Luffy exclaimed with excitement, but Sanji quickly shot him down. "Not just yet, though," Sanji said, turning to face him. "Hey, do you know about the All Blue?" Luffy's confusion was evident. "What? You've never heard of the Ocean of Miracles? Well, you see, in the All Blue..." As Sanji passionately shared his dream of finding the All Blue, joy radiated from him as he kept talking about the magnificent ocean. Above them, Zeph watched, a smirk spreading across his face as he took in Sanji's blissful expression. "Talking with such a stupidly wide grin on your face. Idiot." Within the bustling confines of the Baratie, the scent of freshly prepared food wafted through the air, mingling with the clatter of pots and pans. On the second floor, the din of laughter and banter gave way to the employees' dining room, where tensions simmered just beneath the surface. "Time for some grub, you bastards!" "Hey, who's the one in charge of cooking today?" a chef questioned, eyeing the dining room warily. Standing tall and proud, Patty crossed his arms. "That'd be me?" "And me," Karn chimed in. "Oh, the hellish duo? Guess it's nothing to look forward to, then." "Just shut your traps and eat, you boiled-brain idiots!" Patty boomed, silencing any further complaints. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Sanji and Luffy. "Hey, where's our seats? Where's the food?" Ignoring their presence, the cooks continued to devour their meals. "There ain't no chairs for you," one of them chuckled. "Just eat on the floor." "No chairs? This is a restaurant. How's that freaking possible?" Sanji said with annoyance. He and Luffy shrugged off their frustration and plopped down on the floor, trays of food in hand. Luffy glanced sideways. "Something's strange about them." "They're always strange," Sanji replied. Suddenly, Patty's booming voice cut through the chatter. "Hey, who was the one in charge of making this morning's soup?" Sanji raised his hand, pride evident in his tone. "Oh, that'd be me. Pretty good, right? I made it especially..." Without warning, Patty smashed the bowl of soup to the ground. "How the hell am I supposed to pass this crap down my stomach? What is this, pig feed?" he shouted. Taking offense, Luffy continued munching while Sanji shot up. His anger was just starting to boil. "Hey, does proper human food not suit you, you damn raccoon?" Patty stuck out his tongue in disdain. "Ha, this is pure crap of the highest quality. Makes me want to puke. Did you put actual shit in this or what?" Fuming, Sanji replied, "I'm perfectly confident about my soup." "Maybe it's your damn tongue that's the..." At that moment, Karn spat it out with a loud yuck. The other cooks, emboldened by Patty's reaction, stood and poured their bowls onto the floor. "No way we can eat this filth! Just throw it out in terrible! Just terrible!" "The hell do you think you're all doing?" Sanji shouted. Standing firm with the chefs behind his back, Patty retorted. You being the assistant head chef was always just a sham. It's only because you've been here the longest. I'm sick of your violent ways. If something tastes bad, then it's my right to say it's bad. What did you... Before he could continue, a bowl of soup smashed behind him. Owner! Geezer! Zeph criticized the food in disappointment. What's with this disgusting soup? Is it supposed to taste like sludge or what? He pointed to the mess on the floor. We'd go out of business if we served this to the customers. Sanji dashed toward Zeph, grabbing his chef's uniform in a fit of anger. Don't joke with me, you damn geezer! How's this any different from the soup you make? Well, speak up. The soup I make? Don't get cocky. In a flash, Zeph delivered a punch to Sanji's jaw. The owner punched him? Patty shockingly exclaimed. The head chef held his fist, declaring, It's 100 years too early for a little eggplant like you to be comparing my soup with yours. I've cooked all around the world. He didn't kick, but punched him instead. Both chefs glared at one another, tension crackling in the air. Damn it! Sanji shouted, his patience wearing thin. He then slammed the door behind him as he stormed outside. Taking his chance, Luffy slurped the soup Sanji had prepared for his co-workers. This soup's pretty good if you ask me, he shared with genuine appreciation. Yeah, we know, the other cooks replied, returning to their seats at the dining table. That was scary. He sure was stomping mad. Everyone here knows how good Sanji's cooking is. Zeph crossed his arms, acknowledging their sentiment. But if we didn't do that, that idiot would never listen to us. Hey, kid, he called out to Luffy. Would you mind taking that lil eggplant with you? Take him to the Grand Line. It's his dream. Just outside, Sanji sat slouched against the doorframe, listening to the conversation to his surprise. In this stolen moment, he rested his head against his knees. No one noticed him, yet his quiet despair was as loud as the bustling dining room beyond the door. That was more trouble than it was worth, Owner Zeph. The cooks, oblivious to his plight, continued to bicker. Hey, give me another helping of this soup. Me too. I can hear you, you bastards. Munching on the last bits of his meal, Luffy contemplated his words. Take Sanji along. He paused, considering it briefly, then answered simply, Don't wanna. The kitchen staff glanced at each other in shock. A silence settled over them as Zeph leaned in, his eyes scrutinizing Luffy. What's the meaning of this? Didn't you want to cook for your ship? What? Are you not satisfied with him? No, it's not like I'm dissatisfied or anything, Luffy replied. I do want him to come along with me, but he said he wants to stay here and be a cook. So even if you tell me to take him with me, I'm not gonna. Zeph raised an eyebrow, assessing him. So, you won't accept unless he says it himself? Yup, Luffy confirmed, his focus already drifting back to his empty bowl. More soup. Zeph gave a resigned nod. Well, you do have a point. But the problem is whether that rebellious brat will be honest with himself or not. It's impossible. He's too hard-headed for his own good. Fixated on his next bowl, Luffy paid no mind as he listened to the conversation. Outside, Sanji sat by the back entrance of the employee's room, his gaze distant as he exhaled a slow, steady stream of smoke. Just then, a strange shape emerged from the ocean, a fin slicing through the water and darting toward the restaurant. Suddenly, the fin rose, and a massive striped shark leapt out, slamming into Sanji, crashing through the door in a dramatic burst of debris. Sanji! What is this guy? A mermaid? Did he come all the way from Fishman Island to try our cooking? A chef gaped, gazing upon the green-hooded figure. You idiot! This is just a guy in a panda shark. A realization struck Luffy, and he jumped up. Yosaku! Brother Luffy, the figure said weakly. What are you doing here alone? He asked, glancing around. Where are the others? And what about Nami? Taking a deep breath, Yosaku climbed out of the shark, wrapping himself in a blanket before slumping into a nearby chair. We couldn't catch up with Sister Nami, but judging from the way she was headed, we're pretty sure we know where she's headed. Oh, good, Luffy said, moving closer. Then let's go and bring her back. Shaking, Yosaku's face turned grim. Well, if she's headed to where we think she's headed to, then it's an incredibly dangerous place. Well, I'll fill you in on the details later. In any case, we need your strength, bro. Please come right away. Okay, I don't know what's going on, but fine. Let's go. Wait, a voice interrupted. Luffy turned his head to see Sanji leaning against the wall. I'll go too. Take me with you. What? Sanji? Sanji's expression softened. I'll accompany you on your way to becoming the Pirate King, he shared. After all, we both have crazy dreams, so I'll tag along to fulfill mine. He locked eyes with Luffy. I'll be the cook for your ship. Sound good or bad? The young pirate grinned. Sounds great. Quickly, Yosaku and Luffy danced around with triumphant cheers as they celebrated his new crew member. Sanji turned to the other cooks, his expression mixed with gratitude. That's how it's gonna be, guys. Sorry for all the trouble I put you through. Patty crossed his arms with a scowl. I don't like it one bit. I wanted to throw you out of here with my own two hands, but now you decide to leave on your own? Sanji shrugged. Sorry for making you put on that crappy performance. What? You knew? I could hear you crystal clear outside, you numbskulls. What? Sanji turned to Zeph with a challenging glare. So, you wanted to kick me out that badly, huh? Is that right, you damn geezer? Patty, unable to hold back, snapped. Why the hell do you always have to talk like that? Holding him back, Zeph firmly shared his thoughts. That's exactly right, Lil Eggplant. I've always hated brats. There hasn't been a single day when I didn't regret saving a brat like you. Sanji gave a final glare. Whatever you say, geezer. Enjoy the few years you have left. The cooks, buoyed by the excitement of the moment, carefully maneuvered a sleek vessel into view, proudly displaying it for the bounty hunter. Nice boat. Can we really use this? Yosaku asked. Of course. It's Sanji's after all. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Luffy busily stuffed his arms with food, an eager grin plastered across his face. The cook overseeing him couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You want to take more? Yup, give me more meat, Luffy replied eagerly. How many days are going to be sailing for? He pressed, trying to gauge just how much Luffy intended to hoard. Luffy shrugged. Dunno. Laying on his bed, Zeph stared blankly at the empty ceiling. His thoughts drifted as shadows from the jagged edge of the smashed wall flickered in the dim light of his bedroom. Elsewhere in the restaurant, Sanji collected the last of his belongings. He pulled out a chair, settling into the cool wood beneath him. Lifting his gaze to the ceiling, he watched a cloud of smoke curl from his cigarette, mingling with the dust motes dancing in the sunlight. In a flashback, Sanji, as a boy, watched over the Baratie. Zeph had invested his entire fortune into their ship, and still, he found himself in debt. Despite the weight of his worries, Sanji stood by his side, offering a steady presence and unspoken support. He knew that loyalty was paramount, especially during trying times. In the kitchen, tensions flared as Sanji engaged in a heated debate with the head chef. The older chef admonished him, insisting that smoking would ruin the young cook's palate and undermine his skills. Sanji, defiantly puffing on his cigarette, insisted that he had reached manhood. Coughing violently between words, he clung to his belief that his taste buds could endure. Patty and Karn, looking like delinquents, stormed into the restaurant demanding answers. This the place that Red Leg Zeph is supposedly running? they shouted. "You serious about this wanted ad about hiring tough cooks?" Time passed, and years later, Zeph's frustration boiled over. He struck Sanji's face with his peg leg. "You nincompoop! You expect me to serve this crap to our guests? You can eat this instead!" The noise in the dining room hushed as customers whispered amongst themselves. "Hey, did you hear? The owner of this place is a washed-up pirate." Fuming, Sanji snapped back at the guest. "Try saying that again, you punk!" "Owner Zeph! Sanji beat up another customer again!" But Zeph intervened, striking the customer down with his peg leg instead. "Stop agitating my cooks, you bastard! We gotta stop Owner Zeph." As the legend of the floating restaurant spread, word reached the ears of hungry pirates. One captain swaggered in, declaring, "All right, you damn cooks! If you fear for your lives, then hand over all your food." But the cooks, emboldened by their shared resolve, stood firm against the threat. What did he say? Not sure, I think I missed that. The sun hung high over the Baratie, casting shimmering reflections on the water. Outside, cooks gathered in a tight group, waiting for the chef to appear into view. Luffy and Yosaku waited patiently as the bounty hunter muttered aloud. "Brother Cook is sure running late." Just as Yosaku's worry began to swell, he spotted a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the restaurant. "Oh, he's here." The cooks noticed his appearance and instinctively stepped back, creating a disjointed but clear path to the ship. Suddenly, Patty and Karn, armed with oversized spoons, lunged forward from behind. "This is payback for all those years," Patty declared, while Karn shouted, "Die, Sanji!" Yet, in an effortless display of skill, Sanji deflected their clumsy assault, sending both chefs tumbling onto the deck. Nearby, one of the cooks observed the spectacle with a knowing look. "Told you can't beat him." As Sanji walked toward the ship, the chefs stood solemnly, acknowledging his dedication as a chef. "Let's go," he urged. Luffy's brow furrowed. "Just like that? What about saying goodbyes?" "It's fine," Sanji reassured him. But just then, a voice resonated from the second level. "Hey, Sanji." Sanji froze as Zeph, the owner and mentor, appeared on the second level. "Don't catch a cold," he said, wishing him well. Luffy smiled, feeling the weight of the moment. However, Sanji's composure started to falter, tears pooled in his eyes, eventually spilling over. Without warning, he dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead and hands against the deck. "Owner Zeph!" he cried out, his voice trembling. "I'm eternally grateful for taking care of me for so damn long. I shall never forget for the rest of my life the debt I owe you." Zeph's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Patty and Karn rushed towards him. "You bastard, goddammit! We're gonna be lonely without you! Real lonely, you hear?" The other cooks joined in, their shouts overlapping as they promised together in unison, "I'll miss you! You're making us cry, damn it!" Sniffling, Zeph shot them a disapproving look. "Damn idiots. Men should say their goodbyes silently," he commented, trying to mask his own emotion. Grateful yet heartbroken, Sanji shouted, tears streaming down his face. "Let's meet again one day, you good-for-nothing bastards!" With the sails unfurling and catching the wind, Luffy shouted with infectious enthusiasm, "All right! Let's set sail!" As the ship drifted away, the cooks waved goodbye, hearts heavy with farewell. They watched their friend embark on a new journey into the unknown, grappling with the bittersweet reality of change. United in sorrow, they sent their best wishes across the water, knowing this goodbye would echo long after the ship vanished from sight.